Don't modulate me. It's been like 10 seconds. I wasn't quite busy. I wasn't quite done setting up my desk. Calm down. I've been sorting some cards for today's stream and I'm not quite finished, but it's okay. We can do that later as well together. What is up, everybody? Hope you're all doing great. Hope you're all as excited as I am to explore some stuff for the new format. 1957 Anis, thank you for these 7 months. Appreciate you. All right. Do you think you'll do a deck doctor in not too long? Yeah, I have been putting that off for quite a while. Honestly, it's a little bit. Deck doctors are a little bit tied to my own motivation on, like, you know, cooking stuff up for the format and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, because we don't have YCSs at the moment in Europe. I play the game. I've gone to some regionals and all that, but I'm just not as deep into the format as I would like to be in order to give people deck building advice. Do you know what I mean? Like, I genuinely, like, I noticed this morning because I was looking through my stuff for some potential decks to build on stream today. And I noticed this morning, like, I was looking through, what was it? I was looking for stuff for the Fire King Snake Eye deck, right? And then I realized, wait a minute, can Fire King Snake Eye play through Nibiru if they want to set up the Fire King field spell? Like, how do they play through? And I realized, dude, I have really not played Fire King Snake Eye because there just wasn't that much going on, right? Is there a line for that? And then I saw, like, online, I saw that there was some lists that were still using the Snake Eye field spell, and then I was like, well, how does that work? How do you go for, like, the Fire King combo when you still play the Snake Eye field spell on that kind of stuff? And that's the stuff that I know when I'm in a format. Like, even if I don't play Fire King Snake Eye myself, if I'm really deep into a format, I would know all that kind of stuff, right? Like, I would know all of that. So that kind of ties in the into that question. This is why I haven't been doing a deck doctor, simply because I want my advice to actually be as valuable as possible. And when I'm not as deep into the format myself, I you know, I don't want to do one. But I do think that for, like, the next couple of weeks and months, we can definitely do one, because I'm gonna be obviously focusing more on the competitive side of things, because nationals are coming up and all that. We're actually getting tournaments in Europe again. Who would have guessed? So yeah, by the time German nationals is happening, we're gonna have we're not gonna have had a major event in Europe for over half a year, which is crazy. But yeah, no, this ban list is kind of shaking things up for me. I kind of want to, you know, get back into the groove of playing competitive again, of cooking stuff up. And whenever I feel ready for that, we're gonna do a deck doctor stream for sure as well. But yeah, all right. Will you be playing pure Xyz Paleo in the next Master Duel event? It's fully legal besides grass. Is the next one like Xyz only festival again? I haven't seen that announcement yet, but if so, then we can probably play a couple games with that, yeah. We all know you'll play Runic at Nationals, we just don't know which version. I don't know yet. I do not know yet. I genuinely don't think you guys are gonna laugh, but I don't think Runics are that bad off in this upcoming format. It just depends if you can replace Baron. Well, I mean, in terms of pure card quality, you can replace Baron, but it's just a matter of, is everyone just gonna play Nibiru now because they assume it's gonna counter every combo deck? We're gonna talk about that today a little bit as well. I was looking through my stuff and I was sorting out all, like, some hand traps and some board breakers I wanted to talk about, so we can do that today as well. But I think that's a big question for anyone, really, is like, how do you replace Baron in your combo lines? How do you play around Nibiru? Do you have to play around Nibiru at any cost? Because maybe not everyone is gonna play it, but yeah, we're gonna see about that. Because it's like, if the result of the Baron ban is that everyone expects Nibiru to be broken now, and therefore they want to play decks that aren't weak into Nibiru, then maybe Nibiru ends up not being that good if everyone plays like Branded and what else, like Purely is not bad into Nibiru. Pure Snake Eye has lines around Nibiru. You know, if everyone respects the card, then is it really going to be that popular? I don't know. We'll see. All right. Anyways, let's do the warm up real quick and then talk about all that stuff after, right? Like we have plenty of time today to talk about that kind of stuff. We also have the podcast with Farfa at 4 p.m. So, but like he wanted to do it relatively late, so we still have like a solid 4 hours to talk about all that kind of stuff. And I've also prepared some deck builds for today. We can look into. I've sorted out all the cards to build. Maybe build Tearlaments with 3 Malicious. That sounds fun. All right, let's guess some cards first, though. I've seen this one. This is Steel Swarm Bahamut? Evil Swarm Bahamut? No, it's not. What is it then? Oh, it's Armor Factor Pain. Yeah. That's Trapchick Serra, right? Is it weird to know that? Maybe it is. Nefam, thank you for the 3 months. I don't know what that is. Is this Storm Dragon's Return this time? No. What was it? It was, we had this exact same thing a couple days ago where I thought it was Storm Dragon's Return, but it wasn't. It's not Worm Zero. Flow Freeze, think of it as 17. It was exactly this card. Dragon Carnation. Damn it. Twin-headed King Rex. Wait. King Rex. Two-headed. This one. Two-head. Bricks AoE, thank you for the 11. Actual two-head. Karakuri, something shed. Cash shed. Yep. Sam Knight. Is that the colors give me Magical Spring vibes? Okay, it's not that. Dream Mirror of Joy. Okay. Pinpoint Guard. Spiritual Fire Art, I think. Yep. Not sure what that one is. It's some Endymion, I think. I don't know which one though. Magister. It was Magister. This is Nephthys. Oh, this is the. If now I could spell it. Awakening. No, I don't know what the name is. I think it's the ritual spell. I think it is the ritual spell. Oh no, that's the link too, isn't it? Okay. That looks like Bunbuku. Yeah, easy clap. No, there shouldn't. No, there should not. Take that back. Take those bits back. I don't want them. Needlebug Nest. Best card ever printed. Inishi. Shien's. Whatever. However you pronounce that. I don't know. Chancellor? Ooh, I know this one. Bear Rock Dragon? No. I don't know this one. I take it back. Okay, it's not actually what I thought it was. It doesn't look like the way. No, it is the one I thought of. Is it? I'm not sure. I've seen it. Golem Dragon. I knew it was something dragon. Goki? Yeah. Moonsault. Ida 10, I think. That's a Luna Light. It looks like Panther Dancer, maybe? No, Leo Dancer. Leo Dancer. Ooh, that's a Flamvel. Is it this thing? No. Okay, it's not a Flamvel. Okay, good thing I skipped after trying once. I thought it was a Flamvel. I have no idea what that is, I think. Yeah. Oh, a rank down magic. Because there wasn't enough rank up magics, they also made rank down magics. I agree. Good decision. This one, this is something curse. It might be this. No. Eternal Rest. Eternal Rest. That's a Yosenju. One of the pendulum scales. Could be this. Yeah. It's not Kaiser Glider. It's Seiya something. Say this weird name. Yeah. It's an Adignister. It's an Adignister Don something. Don Yoribo. That one. Yeah. I feel like I should know this one. Is that an Infernal Reckless Summon? No. Coffin Dweller? Coffin Dweller? Seller? What is it now? Coffin Seller. Coffin Seller. Okay, you said Dweller. That threw me off. Actually, you didn't say Dweller. I just misread. This is the weird name spirit again. Kame, no. Yaksha? Is it Yaksha? It is Yaksha. It's not my brightest day of card guesser, but I feel like that's any day these days. I've seen this one. It's Agripane. Future Visions. No, then it's Fortune Vision. It's one of those two. Yeah, I can't remember which one is which. That's a Neos, Grand Neos, I think. Yeah. I know this one. What is that? Upstart. I don't know this one. Goyo Emperor. Oh, not a flower. Okay, I'm guessing the Flower Guardian. Today is the day. It has a little thingy on it. Deer. How is that not the one? It's flowers stacking. It's not even a flower. That's not fair. The one time I decide to try and guess the Flower Guardian, come on, man. How is that real? How did that just happen? I always skip Flower Guardians. What is this? I don't know. Double cipher. This feels familiar. Is that an Okdodik? I've seen this guy. Okdodik. Alert. Is it this? No. Mine-ku? My-ku? That doesn't exist. I know what you mean, though. I've seen it. It's a very old, like, common card. I've seen it. My-ku with a hyphen. That's Blizzard. Who is this? Perform a pal. But I mean, I've zoomed in so much already. There's barely any points. Swordfish. Okay. I feel like I should know this one. Yeah, it's Mad Lobster. Yeah. That a gimmick puppet? C90? C80? No, C15? It is a gimmick puppet. I have no idea what that is. Background dragon. Okay. Ooh, this is Chao Len. Yeah. No idea what that is. I don't think. No shot. Nope. Materiactor Gigaboros. Okay, noted. Dude, who are these guys? Are these real Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Are you sure? Are you sure they exist? Share the pain. See, that's a real Yu-Gi-Oh card. And the rule to... Oh, this is Mind Mole, I think. No, something Mole. Mog Mole. Yep. The rule to what is a real Yu-Gi-Oh card or not is if I know it, it's real. So this one is not real. Never seen that before. Doesn't exist. Dude, not even 700, man. Unless we guess this one without zooming. Yeah, nope. Okay. Oh, man. Oh, man, it's washed. It's washed. Okay. Licinia, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the 10 months. And Gamma, thank you for the 6 months. Okay. Brandon Fusion, thank you for the 3 months. I think BIS deals are gonna remain relatively strong. Yeah, I have them on my desk. We're gonna talk about some cards that benefit from the ban list and some cards that don't benefit from it today. And I think BIS deals are gonna remain pretty strong cards overall. Mainly because like the Fire King decks are still gonna be weak to it because they're still gonna be going for the IP Masquerena lines pretty much all the time now. As well as, like, I mean, Branded is one of the huge winners of the ban list and all that kind of stuff. I think they're going to be pretty good. Okay, so we're looking for a non-dark, low-level, non-warrior, non-exceed from back in the day, low attack, low defense. Let's do a, like, Consecrated Light. Okay. It's higher than level 1. It's newer than 2010. And it's not just an effect, so it could be a flip or a synchro. What about formula synchro? Oh no, it's not a light. It's not a light. Was Maxi 2010? No, Maxi's 2011. No, you're good. You're good. It's fine. Okay, so this is between 2011 and 2014. Tatsunoko is 2015. So that's not it. It's a flip synchro. It could be a pendulum because pendulum came out in 2014. So it could be like a, what is it, like a level 2 or level 3 pendulum that was in the first wave. Lizard Draw? No, that's also 2015 already. It could just be a tuner. Yeah, maybe a tuner is likely. What about like Pashul? That's 0 defense. There must be a ton of tuners from like 2011, 2012. The Bread Boy, thank you for the 14 months and the kind words. Appreciate you. Dragunity Atlas. That could have been it. It's not it though. It is a level 2 wind. And tuner is not the one. So it is a wind level 2. That is like, what is it? It's flip or pendulum or synchro. Is there a level 2 wind synchro? I don't think so. Looks like Gusto. What, like Gusto flip monster or what? Because it's not a tuner. Because it's not an exceed, guys. Domino Butterfly? No, that's not it. It's not 2017. Oh, there is a TC Synchro. You guys are right. Could that be it? No, it's not it, actually. It's more than 800 defense. It's not Recipro Dragonfly. But that was a good guess. Also, the year is not match. Eraser, thank you for the 7 months. And Mikol, thank you for the 8 months. Like Gusto Phoenix is an exceed monster. It's not an exceed. Dude. What is this? Gemini Soldier? Gemini Soldier is in Edison format, so it can't be from like 2012. Puralis? What is Puralis? That's just a fire. You just suggested a fire monster. Kamui. Oh. I was never gonna guess that one. I was never gonna guess that one. I haven't even seen this one before. If this shows up in Card Guesser, I'm typing in win, and I'm never finding it. I'll be honest with you. I'm typing in win with the quickness, and then I'm complaining that it's not a win after 30 seconds of wasted time. That's how it would go. To keep it on real with you guys. Okay. Dude, you know, you're actually wrong. You can't forget about something if you never knew about it. Checkmate. All right. Today, Duelists is going to be another stream that's going to be very focused on the TCG, simply because there's a lot of exciting stuff going on in the TCG at the moment. We're going to return to Master Duel soon enough, but I do want to spend some time on the TCG. We did get the Legacy of Destruction set intro yesterday as well after I went offline, so I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if there's any interesting news in that one. Let me quickly check if we have some new cards on the YG organization website. I don't think we do. Yeah, we do not. Okay, so this one's going to be relatively quick. Boiger, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. All right. So before anything else, there is an interesting statement in that video. Okay, let me check that out. Xeno, thank you for the prime. Okay, Bop. This is the teaser. Did they say, just right off the bat, did they say whether we're gonna get openings throughout this week? Like influencer openings? Is there a schedule for that? Okay. Not too much to say about all of this, because I'm pretty sure we knew all of this already. At least nothing. I'm pretty sure we've seen all of these cards individually before. This archetype is cool. But however, I don't think it's going to actually end up being competitively viable as of now. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've read the cards. It wasn't like terrible, but it was all right, but nothing crazy. Okay. That is the first. Is that the first? But it is a secret rare announcement, at least. Ragnarika, the Evil Seed, is their little... I think that's their... if I remember correctly, that was their combo starter. Their one-card combo starter is a secret rare. Okay. I don't think this is going to be too much of a chase card. I think this archetype has some potential, but it's not crazy. I think it's going to be like a rogue deck level for now, but sure.
Like powerful beasts, winged beasts, and beast warriors from outside of the theme, Ragnarika will let you do the same as you gather the materials.
And we have 3 more that are not even ultra rares, and then 1 more that is an ultra rare. Just for context, because there seems to be a lot of confusion whenever these videos drop. Just so we're clear. Hold up. Why would you do that? Anyways, dude, that... Oh my... What I wanted to say is that the way you can tell in these videos is you look at the text and it tells you what rarity the card is. So for these ones, this is a secret rare because it has the silver kind of shiny text on it. These 2 are super or common because you can't tell the difference between those because the text isn't hollow. And here, this one is an ultra, and these are supers or commons.
Powerful monsters.
Moving on.
Plants, insects, and reptiles tend to excel at recovering or manipulating cards in your graveyard or banishment. And the new Ragnarika strategy plays into these strengths. Take a look through the card database to see what sort of plants, insects, and reptiles you might want to play alongside these new cards. And don't forget about powerful spell and trap cards that might work with them as well.
Here we go. This one's interesting.
If 2 heads are better than 1,
2 heads!
Then 3 heads must be even better than that.
He called you a 2-head, Chad.
Try your luck in assembling a winning hand with this new Fire Dragon Synchro strategy. If you can pull it off successfully...
It's funny because the deck is... It's a literal 2-head deck or a 3-head deck, no matter, depending on how you look at it. It's literally 2-head strat.
You can inflict well over 30,000 damage in a single battle phase. And if you start off with the Sangen Summoning Field spell, you can make all your preparations in main phase 1 without worrying about your opponent's activated effects dousing your Fire Dragon's
That's not a good
flames.
thing.
Now, to get the most damage possible out of this strategy, you'll need a copy of Trident Yugioh.
Right.
So make sure to check your collection to see if you have one, and ask a friend if you don't.
That's very funny. That's such a funny thing to say. It's like, hey, we're aware Trident Dragon is very, very good in this deck, and is currently approaching $100 even for the cheapest print, like some legendary collection ass reprint from back in the day. And instead of saying something like, hey, in order to, you know what would have been a good thing to say? A reasonable thing to say would have been, we are like, you're gonna need Trident Dragon to unleash the maximum potential of this strategy. So, you know, stay tuned for the next OTS pack or something along those lines. You know, wherever they want to reprint it, if they should have reprinted it. You know, they could have easily said like, stay tuned for the next OTS pack for a copy of Trident Dragon or whatever. Instead, they said, yo, we hope you already have one. If not, you better ask a friend because you definitely don't want to buy one right now because that shit's $100. That's crazy that they should have just left that out. Honestly, they should have just left that one out. I don't know what the intention behind that was. I don't know. I maybe I'm gonna just go ahead and say I think they might be unaware of how this was going to be received. I think their intention may actually have been to let people know that that you need Trident Dragon for this. Maybe that was the intention, was maybe to let people know they weren't. Obviously, this is always going to be way too late, right? It's just going to be way too late either way. I mean, that is very funny. Copy, yeah. I don't know how you buy. You can't buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right? They come out of packs, so you either have to buy a pack that it comes out of, which you can't do that with Trident Dragon because there is no like currently available pack that you can open for it to get it, right? And the only other option is to trade for them, right? Like, how else would you get a card? How else would you possibly get your hands on a card, right? It can't be like that the card is like $100 on the secondary market. There's no way that that's the case, right? What even is a secondary market? This thing, isn't this just the VODs fusion? The next one
also gains the power.
That looks like an Ascent card. Well, I mean, we don't know the effect, so I don't know how. The artwork is sick, but they all are, right?
Fusion and more. Legacy of Destruction is full of cards that are a ton of fun to play and enable some seriously powerful strategies. I hope you'll all enjoy it when it hits shelves everywhere.
Legacy of Destruction arrives soon, and we hope y'all are ready for what awaits. If you want to get your hands on it early, be sure to visit your local OTS during our upcoming premiere weekend on April 20th
I won't.
And the 21st.
I'll be watching YCS
Stay
Raleigh.
tuned as the previews continue.
Is how you
with
say
videos
it,
from
apparently.
your favorite content creators, exploring the strategies and themes in Legacy of Destruction. Plus, we'll be releasing a continued look into more of the mechanics and strategy of the Ashen theme. As always, we cap it all off with content creator pack openings that I'm sure will be full of surprises. Secret rares, ultra rares, super rares, and of course the latest quarter century secret rares will all be up for grabs. Glad to have y'all join us once again on this look into Legacy of Destruction. It's always a pleasure. I'm Billy Break. Thanks for watching, and don't forget, it's time to duel.
I love Billy, man. Okay, well, there wasn't anything too crazy in here, right? Like, we got new artworks for, like, Ascent. We got some rarity announcements, but nothing too major. Like, they skipped on announcing rarities for Tenpai, which I think is more interesting than, like, Raika. To me, personally, it's still good to know that Raika Raika is going to get one secret rare, it seems, and that's about it, which probably is going to make it a very affordable rogue strategy, which is always a good thing. But yeah, that's about it for now. They did confirm that we're going to get like some announcements throughout the week and some influencer pack openings. And so that's going to be something we can look forward to for this week, because we're going to get most of the info what's in Legacy of Destruction this week. That's cool. When do you receive a box? I'm not doing the box openings as of now. I don't know. I would probably do it, but they haven't asked me to do one yet. Naraxis, think about the 16 months. I only have one Trident Dragon and I need it for myself. It's another angle of Edison enjoyers winning, because I bought it for Edison like a while ago when it was like $5 and now it's like 80. But yeah. That was funny. I genuinely, I don't think it was meant that way. I think it was just a I think they meant well when they did that. At least from how I know these people, you know, Billy and Jerome and so on and so forth. I think they meant well. I think they meant it as like a hint of like, you know, get your Trident Dragons now before it's too late. Unfortunately, it was already too late when the video came out, which I don't think they anticipated. Honestly, it was easy to anticipate, but yeah. Nah, they for sure saw the meme potential. That's what you want to believe, because you think that'd be funnier. I don't know if that's the truth. It's been too late for like a month. Yeah, but I don't know how far in advance they produce these. Like, they could very well have been producing this like 2 months ago. Who knows? Who knows? Influencer reveals. Tenpai will also not love game 2 and 3. Influencer reveals schedule. Day 1, Shining Sarcophagus. Day 2, Ragnar Raika. Day 3, new cards for old themes. Day 4, box openings. What's good with Runic in this box? We'll talk about Runics in the upcoming format soon. I will try some. Okay, so which one is day 1? Is today day 1? Or what? Yes. Okay. So today they are revealing the Shining Sarcophagus archetype, which is, from a competitive perspective, probably the least exciting day, simply because, you know, it's mostly a lore archetype. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be hyped for it, but from the competitive perspective, I'm not that hyped for it. And then we have Ragnar Raika tomorrow, which is, on the one hand, it would have maybe been interesting if they hadn't already announced all of the rarities for it. I don't know why they gave it a specific slot in the reveals if it already has all the rarities announced in the video, right? That's kind of weird. So today and tomorrow are not that exciting. It has more cards, or does it? I don't remember how many it has in the first wave, because it showed like 6 in the video. Yeah, maybe it is more. Maybe it is a few more. I wish Runic Ragnar Raika was good, then we could call it Rurari. Okay, I'm actually glad it's not. I'm actually glad that that's not a thing. Thoughts on Raid Raptors after list? I'm not sure. I think a lot of this depends on, and this is a good segue, because I want to talk about some things post-ban list, not like individual decks, because I find it incredibly hard. I find it incredibly hard to give you guys, like, I was thinking about doing a tier list, you know, and then there's 2 reasons why we can't do a tier list today. The first one is obviously... thank you for the 3, Captain Peace. The first reason is it's a Tuesday, and then it would actually be a tier list Tuesday. We can't have that. We always do these on like not Tuesday, and then we tell them it's tier list Tuesday, but it's actually not. But the actual reason why I don't want to make a tier list right now is because the situation of so many decks in this upcoming format depends on how people are going to approach deck building for this. Like, well, I think what a lot of people don't realize, or maybe a lot of people have realized it already, and I'm just stating the obvious, but I think this past ban list did a lot more than just addressing currently top decks. This last ban list is like it comes with some fundamental changes to the game, right? And not everything is changing because they've only hit some generic extra deck monsters, but I think it's very, very hard to understate how important Baron and Savage, mostly Baron, it's like what I'm saying is like 95% Baron and 5% Savage, but like the Baron, the Fleur ban might fundamentally change Yu-Gi-Oh moving forward to a very high degree, and it depends. It remains to be seen how high that degree is, and it also remains to be seen how many other changes they make to help bring the game into that direction, right? Because Baron is not the only card that is responsible for that. It was a large part of it, but it's not the only card. But yeah, it's and the thing is, what I mean by that is it might change the landscape of decks that are viable in the game, and it might also completely change the landscape of non-engine that people play, right? Like we're gonna talk about some individual cards today, like certain hand traps and all that kind of stuff. But I find it very hard to evaluate a deck like Raid Raptors, which the unfortunate thing about certain decks like Raid Raptors is that they depend a lot on the environment that you're playing them in, right? And so in order to tell you how good a deck like Raid Raptor is, I would need to know exactly what kind of cards they are weak to, and whether those cards are going to be popular or not. And I think that we are at a point right now where predicting what kind of engine and non-engine people are going to play right now is going to be very hard, right? Because one card that, for example, could see a whole lot of play is obviously Nibiru, right? Nibiru, I feel like, is the first card that pops up on everyone's mind when they saw that Baron got banned, and they're like, yeah, okay, Nibiru is going to be in every deck now. Actually, let me swap to the top-down view for this because I have these cards here. I think the answer to that question is no. I think the main appeal the main appeal of Yu-Gi-Oh these days is the fact that you are so free in what to do and so on and so forth, and not limited in your options. I think that is a huge part of what makes this game so fun. I think it is a card design and game design / ban list design question of making sure that that doesn't go out of hand. I think slapping restrictions from the rule side onto the game would make it feel too much, like it would make it feel too restrictive. I don't think that's going to be a good solution. Kind of similar to how the last time they did this, right? The last time they did a rule change to slow the game down, I think it was pretty much a flop, right? Because they did that when they introduced, which one was it? Master Rule 4? I don't know exactly which one it was. Probably, I think it was Master Rule 4. The one where they said like every single card from the extra deck has to go in the extra monster zone. And unless you make link monsters, right? And I think that was an attempt at, obviously it was an attempt to make you play link monsters, but it was also an attempt at slowing the game down. And honestly, from a pure game design perspective, I actually thought it kind of did that. Like, it was actually not too bad. Like, the games being played after that rule was in effect were actually fine. Like, it was not a bad format by any means. The game essentially, I think, got slower, and it was probably a good thing, you know, from that standpoint. However, I think when you have a game that runs without a rotation for, at that point in time, when was that? 2017? The game's been out for well over 15 years. Like in the TCG, it's been exactly pretty much 15 years. There's been so many themes that were designed without that rule in mind that like so many decks just randomly died, even if they weren't unfair and all that kind of stuff. And I think that just wasn't well received. Right? It just wasn't well received by the community, I think, as a whole. Like, I think the competitive community didn't mind it so much because, like, Master Rule 4 was just, like, another way of playing the game, and it was fine that way from a competitive angle. But for a lot of other people, I think it was very, very too restrictive because it killed so many pet decks and other strategies and all that kind of stuff. And so they reverted it. Essentially, right? With Master Rule 5 or 6, I always confuse these numbers. You know what I'm talking about, right? The one, they reverted it to what it is now, so that this restriction to the main monster zone, it only applies for Link and Pendulum, right? Because it was not very well received. And I heard that, obviously I don't have actual numbers for this, but I heard that especially in the OCG as well, it was performing very poorly because of Master Rule 4. And so they reverted it. And I think that still holds true. I think if you wanna slow the game down, I think they have all the tools that to do that, but they shouldn't touch the rules of the game just to like introduce arbitrary boundaries to what you can do, right? Because I think Yu-Gi-Oh lives off of this freedom within, like, you know, it's just this, like, the game is this space where you can do pretty much anything, but it's just like they have to put a limit to what you can do without actually like making it so you can't do stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know, it's hard to say, but I think the possibility needs to be there. Do you think they might ban Baron and Master Duel too? That depends on, like, I know that OCG and TCG and Master Duel are pretty much separated in terms of their decisions. Like I assume they communicate, but I'm just looking at like the TCG ban list being so fundamentally different from the OCG ban list that I can't help but think like they are following a different philosophy. So I don't know at all. I don't think so. But yeah. Anyways, I was asked a couple times over the last days since the ban list has dropped to make like a tier list for the new format, or like a hand trap tier list, a board breaker tier list, because a lot of people are excited to play board breakers now with Baron gone, you know, and Savage gone. Your board breakers won't, like, they don't keep getting negated and all this kind of stuff. And so people were like, hey, can you rank board breakers for us? Can you rank hand traps for us? And the honest answer is I'm not quite sure how to rank these cards right now without even knowing exactly what the format is going to be. So instead, what we're going to do is kind of similar to what we did yesterday, with where I ranked like certain winners of the ban list and certain losers of the ban list. We're going to do like somewhat of the same for some hand traps and some like board breaker style cards today, where instead of ranking them as like this is the best board breaker for sure going first, or like going forward, I wanted like just bring some cards up and share my thoughts about them on how they might be positioned in this upcoming format, and include a discussion with it, right? Because instead of just saying like, yeah, Nibiru, if Baron can't negate Nibiru anymore, it's obviously the best card ever. I don't think it's as simple, right? And so I want to have a discussion about those kind of cards. Let me move a little bit closer so we can go through each of these individually. And so I'm just gonna bring up the cards, and we're just gonna talk about them a little bit and what I think this ban list means for those kind of cards. And because for a lot of these cards, it could go either way. Because obviously, right off the bat, the banning of Baron the Fleur makes, in my opinion, makes board breakers a very appealing strategy again, right? Because One major downside of kind of like board breaker strategies or like cards like evenly matched in general, like cards like evenly matched, sort of like equalizers, right? You look at evenly matched, you look at Lightning Storm. I actually have to go and find my Lightning Storm. I wasn't done sorting out all of the cards before the stream started, but it should be fast. My stuff is actually well sorted at the moment, which is probably going to change. But yeah, cards like these, right? Lightning Storm, evenly matched, even Raigeki to an extent, or Dark Hole, or whatever you want to call it, right? All these cards have suffered a lot from the fact that cards like Baron existed, to the point where these cards are meant to equalize your position when you go second. It's sort of like a catch-up mechanic where if you weren't able to stop your opponent from playing, this is one way you can like catch up to them, right? And whether they are catch-up cards or equalizers or whatever, whether they actually equalize the game, that's a question. That's another question for another day. But these cards suffer a lot from the fact that most decks were able to put up like a Baron the floor. So like you would have to use your battle phase to activate evenly matched. Your opponent would just negate it, and you would lose your battle phase and wouldn't even deal with the board actually, right? Because the thing with Baron is that Baron was never the only card that most decks summoned. They would like summon Baron and other stuff. He evenly trades with the Baron. You lost your main phase. You still have to deal with all the other stuff. It's just not great, right? Lightning Storm to an extent, the same thing, right? Like if you're playing Lightning Storm in your deck, probably going to be going second after siding, and then you're going to activate the card. Your opponent is just going to negate it, and so that card that you have dedicated a side deck slot to ends up just being negated, right? That card that you were hoping to do something didn't really do something, right? Like it traded with the Baron negate, which is sometimes good enough. Like genuinely, sometimes that was fine to just like force them to negate with their Baron and you were able to play. But a lot of the times it wasn't, right? A lot of the times it just was not enough to use these cards against like a board that was Baron and some friends, and that would suck, right? When you were siding these kind of cards. And so this would, as a result, force you to basically draw multiples of these kind of cards. And at that point, it started getting relatively unlikely because there simply weren't that many cards like Evenly or like Lightning Storm in the game, so that you could consistently draw like a bunch of them, right? That being said, I don't know if this is going to be like the age of board breakers, you know, because there's certainly still going to be decks that are going to be good against board breakers. And that is going to be something to be on the lookout for, right? Certainly, though, I think what can be said is that cards like Evenly and Lightning Storm are going to be better, right? Historically, though, I will say, even in the last couple years, there has been decks that didn't have Baron the floor and so on and so forth, and ended up just not being that good into Evenly or Lightning Storm. And then as a result, those decks wouldn't actually see that much play, right? Like whenever you had a deck in the game that had like an auto lose to cards like Evenly or Lightning Storm, as a result, these cards ended up seeing a decent amount of play, and then people ended up not playing the decks that would lose to Evenly Matched, or they would go for certain lines that played around Evenly Matched by like giving your opponent an Ably or something, making it unable to be destroyed or whatever, right? And this is what makes it so hard to predict, right? Because it is so easy to just sit here and tell you guys, yeah, Nibiru, Lightning Storm, and Evenly basically lose their strongest counter in Baron the Fleur. So they're all going to be broken now, right? Which at first glance might seem true, but to be honest, I don't know if that's going to be the case, because I find it like if you think this through from my perspective as a competitive deck builder, right? If I'm going to go to a tournament now, I'm going to expect these cards, and I'm just not going to, I wouldn't play a deck right now. I wouldn't advise you to play a deck that has no plan on how to deal with these cards, right? And this is always the case with these sort of tech cards, is that when that's the case, people are able to play around them or pick decks that aren't as weak to them, and therefore the cards become less effective. However, I will say this is exactly what this ban list is meant to achieve, right? Because if you think about what I just said, not playing decks that lose to these cards is a good thing, right? Because all what these 3 cards do is they heavily punish overcommitting to the board, overextending, doing a whole lot of stuff without a backup plan, putting all your eggs into one basket, however you want to call it. The strategies that lose to these cards typically are the ones that are more annoying to play against, or more toxic, or more overcommitting, whatever, right? And so the fact that these kind of strategies cannot simply rely on putting up a Baron de Fleur to deal with all of these problems is a big W in my book, right? That being said, that doesn't mean that these cards are bad either. There is still going to be room to definitely play these cards. I think specifically Nibiru is going to be a card that you would want to side deck a lot, just because you know, maybe Nibiru is not going to be that popular in the main deck, and so some people are going to play some combo decks, and then you have the Nibiru in the side deck to deal with those. I think that's what Nibiru was meant to be by design, right? All these cards are meant to be cards that counter certain strategies that overcommit onto the board on turn 1, and I think they are all going to do a very good job at that, and removing Baron is a huge step in the direction to help these cards actually work, right? I personally don't even know if Nibiru specifically is going to end up being a really, really good main deck card, because, like, from my standpoint, there's a couple of decks in the game right now that are going to have a relatively easy time against Nibiru. Like, if you think of Snake Eye decks that have the Temple, right, to play around Nibiru, you think of Branded, which I'm pretty sure has a bunch of good lines through Nibiru. Like, I don't even know if Branded is forced to summon 5 times. So I think Nibiru has its counters in the format, and I think those decks are going to be popular. So Nibiru might not even be that great of a main deck card, right? Which is funny, because Nibiru is a super, super heavily played card at the moment before this ban list. But my first instinct tells me that I think Nibiru usage might go down over time if people just expect it and play decks that aren't as weak to Nibiru. This could be wrong. You know, maybe Nibiru is still good enough, because I have to be honest with you. I Fire King Snake Eye, which is probably going to be the more popular Snake Eye version now, at least in the beginning, right? That deck, I'm not sure how well it plays under Nibiru, because I have to admit, I haven't played that deck that much. But obviously, in that deck, you want to go for Fire King Island, right? And so if you go for Fire King Island, how do you play around Nibiru using Divine Temple, right? Because those kind of clash. Because normally you would want to go for Poplar Search Divine Temple, which then in return means you're not gonna Poplar for original Sinful Spoils, which means you don't get your Fire King cards. So I guess you need 2-card combos to play around Nibiru, unless you just want to go for the 1-card combo without any Fire King cards. Either way, there is ways, probably you can still like summon Appaloosa and all that kind of stuff. It's just that I'm not familiar with how exactly it works yet, because I haven't played much Fire King, and I haven't played against much Fire King recently because the hand trap pure version was so much more popular. What is your deal with Goblin Bikers? That being said, I think essentially, as it has been in the last couple years, and this has literally, I don't think there is an exception to this. Almost every single tier 1 meta threat in the last couple years had its ways to play around Nibiru, right? You think of Snake Eyes. You think of, like, even like 2 years ago, you would have decks like, I don't know, Sword Soul had ways to play around Nibiru. Adventure decks obviously did. Branded did. Cash Tira had lines to play around Nibiru. Nibiru wasn't good against Tearlaments, all that kind of stuff. It's just it's a trend. Shifter next list, yes. Blade Mercury, thank you for the 11, and Slayer, thank you for the 8. If you think back of all these recent formats and top decks in that format, all of those had plans around Nibiru, and not all of them involved Baron de Fleur specifically, right? Sprite had Gigantic, Kashtira had a way to summon Arise Heart in 4 summons, right? And it also played around evenly because you would just keep the Arise Heart and that would be cool, right? So Nibiru has phased in and out of play for the last couple years, right? It's always been a good card, but it's never completely taken over, because what happens when Nibiru takes over the game is that people just respect Nibiru and then it starts becoming worse. And I don't think that dynamic is going to change, but I think the fact that Nibiru exists and Baron was probably by far the easiest way to counter it, I think is a good thing moving forward. But yeah, all 3 of these cards are obviously winners of this ban list because they simply become more viable, right? They simply become more viable and less counterable. That doesn't mean they cannot be countered or played around, but they become less counterable. Another card that I think, or 2 cards that I think are by far the probably even bigger like benefiting from this ban list than these 3 is these 2. I think these 2 cards are phenomenal. I mean, these cards have always been good since they've been released. And this is basically what board breaker approaches in this format are going to look like, I think. I think cards like Lightning Storm and Evenly, you're going to see in side decks a decent amount. These cards are the real deal that have the main deck potential for this format. Simply because you... like, these cards have applications going first and second, whereas Lightning Storm and Evenly have applications pretty much exclusively going second. And this is literally what I was worried about the most when I was playing Board Breaker. For example, I played Board Breaker Snake Eyes at a regional a couple weeks ago, and that deck was super fun and it felt super strong as well. The one thing I was genuinely worried about was playing against pure Snake Eye with Baron and Savage. Like, I was playing against Fire King Snake Eye at that regional, and it didn't even feel like a real game, honestly, going second with all those cards in my deck. Like, it was just, because that deck didn't make Omni Negates, I just didn't have an issue against it at all, right? And so I think that sort of stuff is going to be super, super viable. And it remains to be seen how people are going to deal with this, because it simply is super hard to deal with talents without Baron de Fleur. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Obviously these cards don't solve every situation still, right? Like something like branded with Gimmick Puppet Nightmare could very well be a thing, right? I think what this is specifically going to do, though, is it's going to stop people from just changing their Baron lines into Appaloosa lines. Because what you have to realize is that, yes, even though a lot of decks can probably still play around Nibiru by making an early Appaloosa, early Appaloosa boards without Baron de Fleur almost always get completely destroyed by both of these cards, right? And if your combo deck cannot support Appaloosa with an Omni Negate anymore, that Appaloosa might just be taken away from you, and that's gonna be it, you know? Like, that is and that's a good thing. It's a good thing that you can't just go Appaloosa instead of Baron, because those 2 cards actually don't do the same thing, right? But I think Talents and Thrust are phenomenal cards after this ban list. 2 cards that I think kind of are losing with this ban list, or 3 cards actually. They might still be played, but I think they will go down a little bit in usage, even though they're already not terribly popular. But I think like Dark Ruler is the first obvious one. Like, the reason why Dark Ruler was good is because it dealt specifically with Omni Negates really, really well. With Omni Negates not being that popular anymore, or not being accessible to every deck anymore, I think Dark Ruler is gonna fall off a little bit. That being said, it could still very well be a good card against certain decks in the future. Like, the card is still a very, very good card. It's just, when I'm going second into a board that doesn't have Baron, why am I going to activate this card if I could just activate Talents, which is so much more flexible, good going first if they play hand traps, lets me either take or draw or look at their hand, right? Like, it's negating everything is less important when you can actually deal with their stuff, but it still is a good card against certain decks, and it's also good against decks like Voiceless Voice that still have Omni Negates, right? Because Baron the Fleur is not the only Omni Negate in the game. And so Dark Ruler might still very well see some play in sideboards here and there if you specifically want to counter certain matchups. And the same is true for these two cards. Droplet and Super Poly are both in pretty much the same spot. I have not been a fan of Super Poly for a long time. Like, the card's been good, but I never liked the package. The package that Super Poly offers, or like the deal that you get out of Super Poly, I've just never been the biggest fan of, because it requires a discard, it requires extra deck space, and then is it really better than other things, right? And what made it better, in my opinion, was which all three of these cards have that in common, is that they can't be reacted to, right? And that was that specifically was good, because that meant your opponent couldn't negate them. And this is now less relevant. Like, one of the main selling points of these cards is now gone. That doesn't mean that they are irrelevant now, but you know, it makes you less likely to play them because you just simply have other options, right? They're still good cards though, but I think the usage of these for now is going to go down. Not that it was high to begin with, like they weren't the most played cards out there, but yeah. And then you have cards like Enemy Controller, which I think, or like cards that take control of your opponent's stuff. I think those cards are in an interesting spot now, simply because they're really good against Appaloosa, like similar to Tactics and Thrust. And they let me sleeve up this Change of Heart, because you guys are going to be mad at me. These cards make ending on Appo hella fake. Yeah, that is the thing, and that is also why Appo is way more balanced than Baron. Is because Appo is easier to break. Appo is easier to break than Baron, even though Appo is still an incredibly powerful card. But Appo is in fact easier to break. Appo, the way I see Appo is like, Appo was really good if it was paired specifically with Baron, right? Because Appaloosa becomes completely custom and broken if your opponent can't out it. Whereas like Baron is more consistently good, whereas Appo is like sometimes insane and sometimes gets outed by one talents. And that's why like it was so good specifically paired with Baron, because Baron could negate that one out that they had. Right? Also, Link Karibo being gone makes Appo worse specifically for Snake Eyes, because it's easier to run over it. So yeah. These cards are going to be more efficient now, simply because they don't get negated. You know, it was a bad feeling to, like, most of the time, unironically, when I was playing enemy in my Snake Eye deck, I was using it to dodge imperms and veilers. So I would like normal summon Snake Eye Ash, they would imperm it, I would chain enemy to tribute it. They would then negate the enemy with Baron. So I have like, it was still good for me. Like I was baiting the Baron negate, and I was getting my Ash through the imperm. But now it gets even better, because now I even get to resolve the effect. I even get to take the thing, which is pretty cool. Mind Control also falls into this category, that's true. And then another card, let me go and find it. Another card that I think is a huge winner of this ban list is Fenrir. I think Fenrir is great, because Fenrir is now, like, it's not that Fenrir was super bad into Baron. It's just that Fenrir is specifically good in board breaker formats, right? Like Fenrir is specifically, if it even is a board breaker format, right? Like, and it still has its weaknesses, right? It still gets Promethean Princess. It's still, one thing that's going to hold a lot of people back on playing Fenrir is the fact that I think a lot of combos that are going to be playing around Nibiru are probably going to play into Nibiru if you special one extra time beforehand, right? Like if you special that one extra time with Fenrir, maybe your combo that previously played around Nibiru now plays into Nibiru. I think that could be the case a lot of the times. But I think Fenrir is going to be a card that's going to, even if it's not going to go back to being an insane staple, I think it's going to rise in usage, right? that's that. And that's like my take on the position of board breakers in this format. I think we're gonna, honestly, what I'm expecting and what I'm hoping for is that we're gonna go into a more healthy direction where the situation that we were in with hand traps right now was that the reason, how do I phrase this? The reason why board breakers were so weak in the current format, and the reason why everyone was playing 15 to 18 to 20 hand traps, whatever it was, is that the dynamic of the game at the moment was just like, it was way more reliable to stop your opponent from playing the game completely than to actually deal with what they were going to do if you let them play, right? And like, board breakers by definition let the opponent play the game, which is a good thing. It's a good thing if that happens, but it wasn't optimal in this format before the ban list, because if you let pure Snake Eye play the game, or even any other deck that was ending on Baron and Savage and all that kind of stuff, like Monadium or whatever, right? If you let those decks play the game, you're simply not going to beat them. No matter, like, almost irrelevant of which combination of these cards you draw, you're not going to be favored in those kind of scenarios, right? Like pure Snake Eye, literally 2-card combos into Baron, Savage, IP Masquerena, Promethean Princess in the graveyard, Flamberge float for infinite follow-up, and probably has a bunch of hand traps to boot. There was simply no realistic way to break that board and actually win the game. Because maybe you can break the board, but then you can't combo yourself because there's a hand trap, or you can break the board, but you can't quite OTK, and then their follow-up is insane because they literally have like 7 cards in hand. And so like that was simply not possible, right? And so the only possible solution that people had is to just throw hand traps at the opponent, right? That's why people played all these, like, you know, you had like Imperm, Ash, Veiler, Nibiru, some people played Mourner, you had Droll, and some more niche ones, but like you would be playing upwards of 15 hand traps in this format to deal with what everyone is doing, because like you can't actually let them play the game, right? And so what I'm hoping for with this ban list is that doesn't become what you have to do, right? And that doesn't mean that hand traps are going to be bad. I want to emphasize on this. This does not mean that hand traps are bad. It just means you are not forced. It is not the only way to play the game, right? It's not going to, I don't think it's going to be the case. I don't think you're going to be forced to play hand traps now. But you can still, and you still will sometimes, you know, there's always going to be certain hand traps that are going to be fine, right? This whole concept of you can play a couple hand traps in your deck just because they're solid, but they're not actually required. I think that concept is going to return, and I think that's a good sign. Because there's been a long time where you would see decks play like only Ash and Imperm because they were solid pieces of interaction, but it wasn't required to draw 3 hand traps to stop your opponent from playing the game. It was like, okay, if I have an Imperm on a solid like choke point, they're still gonna do a certain, like they're still gonna play a little bit, make a board, but I can probably deal with that. You know, it was like those were fine, right? It was fine to play just a few hand traps and draw a few hand traps, maybe 1, maybe 0, kind of deal, right? And I think that's the situation that we're going to approach. I think all these cards still have their merits. They don't lose their appeal, you know, because sometimes, you know, sometimes certain matchups you really want a certain hand trap against to stop one particular thing, right? Because all of these cards over here, or like not all of these, but most of these don't stop a Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, for example, right? And I think we're going to head into a direction where you can feasibly play, like, you know, Talon's Imperm Ash in your deck again, and that's going to be a real strategy. You know, you don't have to play 15 hand traps to even compete, because if you go second, you have to stop your opponent from playing the game at any cost, right? At the same time, you don't have to full commit into 20 board breakers if you want to do it right, because the reason why you had to full commit into hand traps or board breakers is because you always needed to draw a lot of these cards to do what you wanted to do. If you went second with one hand trap and one board breaker, that was not enough in the current format, because Snake Eye would most likely still combo you, and then the one board breaker wouldn't help you either. I think going forward, something like that could be the case, right? You could very well open like a Talents and an Imperm and be okay going second into Snake Eyes. Like you could like Imperm, maybe you Imperm the Ponyx to make sure they don't get the Fire King engine going, and then you use a Talents to deal with their Appaloosa or whatever, right? And then you're good. You still have 4 cards left to play with, and you're actually going to play a good and interactive game. Yeah, like you've let your opponent play the game a little bit, right? You let them get to a certain point. They still get to do some stuff. And then you Imperm them to make sure they don't go completely out of hand. And then you deal with it with the Talents, for example, right? And that is a much more feasible option when the deck wouldn't have ended on Baron and Savage if you hadn't thrown 3 hand traps at it, right? They dodge my Imperm and still combo me? Yeah, maybe they have a Kirin, and that's why you don't play Imperm, but you're not forced to. That's the thing. That's the beautiful thing. You don't have to play Imperm and Veiler if you want to, like, if you want to make sure that you don't get dodged by Kirin or anything like that, right? That's not a given. You don't have to, right? Right now, you have to. Before this ban list, you are forced to play the hand traps, because if you don't stop pure Snake Eye, you pretty much never win, right? And that's the good thing. That's what I'm trying to get across, right? These cards are not worthless. They are still good. They still have applications. And that goes for all the other hand traps as well, right? But it's more feasible to play a game where you don't draw 3 board breakers or 3 hand traps. And that means you have more room to play decks that mostly function with engine. You have more room to play the best ones out of both categories, because what happens when you have to play 18 hand traps is at some point the quality of the hand trap goes down, right? Not every hand trap is like Imperm or Ash, right? Everyone struggled with this in the past format. You're like, okay, I'll play that hand trap, I'll play that hand trap, that isn't enough, I need more, but they get more and more, like they get less and less powerful the more you have to put in, right? And the same is true for board breakers. Not every board breaker is as good as Talents or Thrust, and as diverse and as good in different matchups and so on and so forth, right? And so you get to play higher quality cards because you're not forced into one category of cards, right? And you get to play the cards that you think are good in the format, right? Because right now, there's not that much room for innovation. There's not that much room to change the way things are going, right? When because literally, what are you gonna do if 15 hand traps are mandatory? You get to maybe you make one decision of like, do I think Mourner is better than Droll? That's it. You don't get to choose from all these cards on the table because they don't go together in the current format, but they will go together again moving forward. You know, you can realistically, I think, go back to something like playing a couple hand traps that you think are good on certain choke points, and you get to play certain board breakers that you think are good against certain decks, right? And that's exciting. That is exciting. And the thing is, I think that's going to mean that some players are still going to play full board breakers. Some players are still going to play full hand traps. Some players are going to play a mix. I think all of those things could be valid, but I think the fact that there is no clear best option between those is a good thing. That is the main benefit of this ban list. As to what I would do is I find, without Omni Negates, I find board breakers to be more promising and more reliable for a couple of different reasons. Board breakers can usually not be dodged like hand traps can, right? Like if they have a Called by the Grave, or if they have a Fire King Kirin in hand to dodge your Effect Veiler or Imperm or whatever, I think it's less risky in a way to rely on certain board breakers. You don't run into Talents if you play board breakers. Obviously, vice versa. If you play board breakers, those are worse going first. But I tend to enjoy that more, anyways. I think another big category of cards that are going to be huge going forward is cards that give you, instead of stopping your opponent from playing, they just give you more cards yourself. Hold up, I'm missing one card for this. Give me a second. I can't find it. I don't know where it is. I'm looking for my magical spring. But I think a category of cards that was like played a little bit in the past format are cards like Phantasme, cards like Impulse and Fire Attacker, cards like Magical Spring, specifically for Fire King Snake Eye. I think these kind of cards are gonna be way more interesting now, depending on how exactly you build your deck. Probably mostly in decks that play a decent amount of board breakers, right? But I think these cards are way more viable right now, because obviously at the moment you wouldn't play these cards really, because they just don't have great synergy and they don't stop your opponent from playing the game. When you're on a deck with 15 hand traps, you would rather have your hand trap stop your opponent, right? But yeah, this sort of stuff is definitely a huge winner in my book for the upcoming format. And then obviously you have Shifter, which is going to remain as powerful as ever. Nothing really changes for Shifter. Shifter, I feel like, doesn't even really count as a hand trap. But I felt like mentioning it anyways. Shifter is not going to go anywhere. Another engine that I think you're going to see a lot, and this is not going to be a surprise to anyone, I think this engine is going to be very, very strong. I already said before that I don't really believe in... I don't believe in pure Sky Striker at the moment. But I think if you are going to play a deck that focuses heavily on board breakers, I think these cards are phenomenal. I already played this with 2 engages in my Snake Eye deck, and that already felt really, really powerful. Between thrust and like triple thrust and triple engage, you have so much gas and so many opportunities to get multiple engages off. I feel like this is actually a real strategy to be messed with, and it's really, really scary, because the Sky Striker cards can even help you going first to push through certain hand traps and make more powerful boards. I think this is one of the better options. Like if you play similar to what I did in my Snake Eye list, if you play like Talons and Thrust with a good target, you know, like I played the Black Goat Laughs, and then you play cards like Enemy maybe, and like you have Droplet to your disposal. All these board breakers are like good cards going first as well. So I think there's definitely something there that you can do with those cards. Yeah. Without Linkuriboh, isn't the Striker engine bad? That is a good point. Linkuriboh was a big deal for the Striker package, because one way of using these cards was you would make a Linkuriboh with the token, because it's level 1, and then you would link off the Linkuriboh to make it so that you could dodge Imperm or Veiler. The thing is, if Imperm and Veiler become less popular, then that also becomes less of an issue. If everyone still plays Imperm and Veiler, then yes, that is a downside. If the format remains play 18 hand traps, which I don't think it will, but it is not impossible that some people are going to do that, then yes, that could be a downside. But I mean, that just takes away one thing that this card does, right? It still does all the other things. Dude, I didn't buy Colossus and Protoss because they are incredibly expensive at the moment, and I don't think they're that good. But yeah, I think Striker Engine is a huge factor for board breaker decks that you might want to consider, because like it makes Dark, it makes Hita, it draws cards, it gives you like Widow Anchor is great, Shark Cannon is phenomenal against Fire King Snake Eye. Like that card is so good. You know, you can out the Garunix, you can out the Promethean Princess, whatever you want. Like it's so strong that I think this engine is going to be played at some point. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up is that I think Bystials are going to go nowhere. I think Bystials are one of the more powerful hand traps moving forward, simply because they have a lot of implications against a lot of top decks. Like, I think it's not that unlikely that pure Snake Eye is still going to be a very good deck, and you're just gonna do the same thing that you did before, but you're not gonna go for synchros. So Pendulum, I don't know that much about Mythical and Pendulum, Mythical Beast and Endymion specifically. I would say that right now is not yet the time for that sort of thing. I think, and this is one danger, quote unquote, of what they are doing right now, is they are tackling some of the more combo heavy strategies with the Baron ban and the Savage ban, right? And I feel like they are trying to push us into a direction of taking the game a little bit slower, right? Like playing decks that are maybe safe from the Nibiru, and just in general play a little bit more of a like basically playing your turn one as if it's not your last turn, because the game is going to end anyways once you're finished. Either way, like either your opponent stops you and kills you, or you win the game, right? Like playing your first turn as if it's not the last. I feel like that's very desirable as well. That is kind of what I would want too. But the thing is, if they do a couple changes in that direction and they ignore certain strategies, then those might just replace the currently best going first strats. That being said, I don't know enough about Pendulum. I don't personally believe in Pendulum that much. Like I've never been impressed by a Pendulum deck since, like, I don't know, 2016. So I don't know. That being said, I think Bystials are going to be great. I think it's not that unlikely that pure Snake Eyes is going to still be a thing, where your game plan with pure Snake Eyes basically remains unchanged. You'd still go and play a bunch of non-engine, rely on 1 to 2 card combos to get you to a solid board. Your solid board is going to be less solid than before. It's not going to be unbreakable because it doesn't have Baron and Savage. You're just going to go for like Link, good stuff, basically. You're going to make like Apo, IP Masquerena, Promethean in the graveyard, back it up with a couple of hand traps. That is still good, right? But I think the Magnamut taking away, or like Bystials taking away the IP Masquerena from that setup is incredibly strong, because without Baron or Savage, there's no real way around that. And I mean, at that point, you only maybe have to deal with like an Apo plus a Promethean, and that's probably doable depending on how many hand traps they play. So I think Bystials are strong, specifically because they also cover Branded and Voiceless Voice really well. So, and those are like some of the top decks in the format right now. Like some of the most expected decks in the game for the upcoming format are like Snake Eye versions revolving around IP Masquerena, Branded, and Voiceless Voice. So I think Bystials have great potential. Bystials have even like side deck for sure. I could even see main decking Bystials in certain decks, depends. But I think Bystials are going to be great. But yeah, we're not going to talk about every single hand trap, because like I said before, in evaluating the exact quality of a certain hand trap, right? Evaluating the quality of a certain hand trap in the upcoming format depends so much on how exactly people approach deck building. I feel like we've talked enough about what could happen in terms of like the philosophy behind playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In the upcoming year or upcoming format. And I think as to like hand traps in general are going to be less important. That doesn't mean they're going to be bad. So all that does is, and it enables a decision during deck building again of, do I want to play hand traps? Do I not want to play hand traps? Do I want to play board breakers? Do I not want to play board breakers? And it also, most importantly, it enables decks in the game again that don't have 15 non-engine slots, right? Like, because not every deck does that, or has like 20 slots for non-engine. And so that is going to be back on the menu, I think. Centurion Melodious? That sounds crazy. I don't know. I don't even know if that's true. I don't know if you're yapping or not. The Melodious card seems kind of interesting though. Appreciate the 16 months. But yes, so like individual hand traps, I think are gonna return to this position that they were in for a majority of the game's lifespan, where I don't think they're mandatory moving forward. I think there is alternatives. I think it's now possible to break certain boards again with engine and maybe the help of like some board breakers, and I think that's a good thing. That doesn't mean you can't play hand traps. That doesn't mean a card like DD Crow can't be incredibly good against certain matchups. That doesn't mean even more situational hand traps, like maybe a Ghost Ogre or whatever, can't go back into the format. They absolutely can. It is not the time, I think, right now for me to predict exactly which of these cards is going to be the best one or which ones you should absolutely play. We might do that at some point down the line, but I also need some time to learn what the format is going to be like. I think Baron de Fleur is such a fundamental change to how the game is going to be played that it's just hard to predict. But I hope you enjoyed this discussion. I'm pretty sure this is going to make it to YouTube. So if you've been watching this on YouTube, let me know what you think. Are you going to play hand traps? Are you going to play board breakers? Are you going to play a mix of both? Are you going to play a deck that doesn't need either or doesn't have room for either? Hope you enjoyed the discussion. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye, everybody. All right. Dude, I hope that I really hope that these possibilities I'm talking about actually end up happening, because I mean I'm just basically out here presenting like options or like saying what could happen. I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but I really hope it does happen like that. And I do make these sort of statements because that's what's going on my own mind, right? On my mind, when I see this ban list, I'm not looking to go like play a combo deck that just like summons an Apo before 5 and tries to do something crazy after, because I'm just feeling like if my opponent has talents, I actually just like lose, no? Anyways, are you gonna test the new format in the next days on stream? Yes, we're gonna. So today, let me tell you guys what else we do today. We have about a little more than 2 hours until we are doing the podcast with Mr. Farfa about the ban list. So that's happening today. Until then, we're gonna be just playing. I have a bunch of cards that I sorted out of my box, and we're gonna build some decks maybe and talk about some decks. I was thinking about doing, the first thing I wanted to do, because I'm a big fan of doing that at the beginning of a format, is I want to take a look at Snake Eye Fire King or Snake Eye in general, and maybe just in my own head think of how these end boards are going to look now, because that's important. Even if you don't want to play Snake Eyes yourself, you need to understand of what the deck does now and how to beat it. So I think that's the first thing I want to look at. And then I also thought about building Tearlaments, because Tearlaments with triple malicious sounds kind of fun. And then we're gonna finish those decks tomorrow, and maybe even some others. And then we're gonna have Remote Duel on Thursday, where I've been looking for some pro players as well to duel with, because the duel with Pac that we did a couple weeks ago, or months at this point, was really, really fun, and I want to do that more often. So I've invited Christian Urena for Thursday to have a new format duel, who is the recent back-to-back YCS champion with Snake Eyes. So I think that should be cool. He said yes, so he's going to be on Thursday. So we're going to have a remote duel with him, but I'm also going to give some of you guys the option to join in as well, obviously. And yeah, that's going to be a thing that I want to do more often in the future anyways. It was super fun to have people on and duel with them, specifically like other pro players or other content creators. Like we've done it with Pac, we've done it with Farfa. I want to do that more often because I think it's really, really hype as well. Like the content's been popping on YouTube as well, like the duels. Like I said this at the beginning of the year, like I want to make more duel content. So that's definitely going to happen. I'm just looking for some people to get on the stream. Ape Man Paradise, thank you for the 16 months. So yes, Three things I want to do today. And we're also going to need the top-down view for that. I want to, like I said, I want to explore some Fire King Snake Eye lines to understand how the deck is going to work now, or like how the deck works and how the deck plays around Nibiru and what kind of end boards it makes. That's the one thing I want to do. The other thing I actually want to do, I don't think I want to build a full Fire King Snake Eye deck, because that's not the one version I'm most excited for. I want to update my Board Breaker version. I want to update my Board Breaker Snake Eye version. So that's on the agenda for today. And then, like I said, I want to build, I was thinking about building Tearlaments with 3 militias. I don't know exactly how I'm going to build Tearlaments. Tearlaments to me feels like a deck you can do anything with, but I do think I want to go into that, right? And so those are the things we're going to do today. We've got more than 2 hours. That should probably be enough to get a decent amount of these things, you know, to make these happen. I think the smartest thing to start with is probably to look at what the decks to beat are going to be. And on the one hand, we have decks like Voiceless Voice and Branded, which I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think the way that those decks play is going to change a huge amount, right? The way that Snake Eye, the way that Voiceless and Branded are going to play is not going to change that much. So I don't think we need to go into the tank and try and figure out what those decks are doing, because we already know that. But I think specifically 2 things I want to know, and that is something that we can work on together, and that is how Snake Eyes, pure Snake Eyes, can combo now without Savage and Baron, and how Fire King Snake Eye plays around Nibiru. Because Nibiru is the big question for me. Is like, how good is Nibiru going to be against specifically these decks, right? Because I already know that Nibiru is not great against Branded, and Nibiru is only sometimes decent against Voiceless Voice, but most of the time not that great against Voiceless Voice. So I think Nibiru, honestly, I'm not sure if it's that good moving forward for the main deck. I think it might be a side deck card, but I'm not sure. I'll have to figure it out. So this is going to be another one of these issues where I don't fully remember. Actually, we don't need Wanted for this. I don't fully remember the Fire King lines, I have to admit, because it's been a while since I have looked at Fire King Snake Eye. I haven't played the deck myself at all. I only played pure Snake Eyes, so I don't actually know the lines for this deck, which is concerning. But we have the cards here. I need to go through my link monsters to sort out the stuff that we need still. In the meantime, what you guys can do, because obviously we can't use, you guys can't just send me replays to show on stream. But what you can do is you can still drop them in the chat, and I can just look at them off screen to follow them. So if you have what you think is the standard combos for Snake Eye, Fire King, or pure Snake Eye post ban list, preferably people that are regulars on the channel, so I know you're not just sending me some weird stuff. Nesh explains it on YouTube, I think, for his deck profile. Yeah, I don't want to go through like a spreadsheet, but if Nesh has a good Fire King Snake Eye deck profile that isn't on DB, hold up. We can do that. Do you mean this one? Probably this one, right? Okay, let's take a look at this. This is pre-ban list, but I mean, this is probably fine. Doesn't work without Link Karibo? I'll see. Hold up.
So the combo is basically so it's Snake Eye Ash Wanted, Bonfire Witch, or Ash Witch with a discard fodder. So we're gonna start with Ash effect. Populus get Field Spell. Field Spell gets Slumber. Then I'm gonna use.
So this is what I wasn't sure about, because this is obviously how you would do it in pure Snake Eyes. I'm not sure how you still get to your Fire King cards if you do this. However, I think he said this is a 2-card combo. So I think if you have Witch, then obviously you get to two original and the Fire King cards that way.
Wanted Search for Witch. Then use Ash effect, Tribute itself, and Field Spell. Special summon Oak effect, summon back Ash. Then use Ash and Populus. Ash and Populus to make Sunlight Wolf. Then use Populus effect, put itself back in the spell and trap zone. Summon Witch not under the Salamangreat, and Populus Witch effect, set original. And then...
Okay, so you can't get nibbed here yet because the original can just send these the Flamberge and you keep going.
Use Oak in order to summon Linkuribo.
Okay, so here we would have to make Anima, which at this point
Wolf
still
effect
works, I guess.
at the back, the Oak.
Unless we make Heat Soul now, then it doesn't work.
Then use the Abella Star and
We
Wolf
don't.
in order to summon Celine. Celine is gonna have 3 counter because we're gonna have 2 spells in the graveyard and Flamberge in the spell and trap zone, which is considered a continuous spell. Celine is gonna summon back the Abella.
Ooh, this only works if we had Wanted though, right? If we didn't have Wanted, this wouldn't have worked because Wanted counts as a spell.
Star, and then you're gonna use Linkuribo and Celine in order to make Apollo.
Okay.
Apollo with the 2 materials. Then after that we can use original, we can send Flamberge.
Oh yeah, Bonfire also works because it's a spell, yeah.
We can special summon Ponix. Chilling 1 Flamberge, Chilling 2 Ponix. Ponix is gonna add the...
No, we have Original and Field. No, Original is still set. Original is still set, so it doesn't count as a spell card.
Continue spell, and then Flamberge is gonna special summon to level 1 back. Then you're gonna use Sanctuary. Sanctuary is gonna put the field spell. Then you're gonna link away the Ponix and the Populus in order to make Doolittle Chimera. If you have a, like, actually you don't need Doolittle Chimera in this combo, but it's actually very good to have it in the graveyard. You're gonna use Field Spell, pop Doolittle, add the Garonix, Chilling 1 Garonix, Chilling 2 Doolittle, add the Ponix back in your hand, special summon Garonix, Garonix effect, pop Arvata, Chilling 1 Arvata, Chilling 2 Ponix, Ponix is gonna special summon itself, and Arvata is gonna special summon back Doolittle. Okay, after that, we are gonna use Doolittle and any material in order to make the Princess. Princess effect is gonna special summon. Is gonna special summon Flamberge. Then you're gonna use Promethean, Garonix, the Humble Whale, Swap Humble Whale for Celantis, use those 2 in order to summon IP. Then use Flamberge effect, to put back in the spell and trap. So here you have two options. Both are actually very good. I like sometimes to put Arbata depending on my if I have entraps or not. If I have entraps, I'm just gonna put Witch. Putting Witch actually helps a lot to evenly, because now let's talk about the evenly line. Let's assume that your opponent enters in battle phase and you put Witch here. You can use Zelantis effect in chain to evenly, and you can pop your IP and your Flounder. Then the rest of your board is gonna get banished. Phase now, except for the Apollo. New chain. You're gonna go Garunix Chilling 1, Flamber Chilling 2. Special summon Populus and special summon the Ash. And then you're gonna special summon back the Garunix. And now it's gonna be let's assume.
Okay. This is it's first of all, I think you'd have to go deeper into Fire King Snake Eye combos than I want to right now, but you can obviously do this. It's a little bit of a niche combo because it's a 2-card combo. I to my understanding, it's probably going to be a case of if Snake Eye Fire King only opens a 1-card combo like Snake Eye Ash, you probably have to go for you probably have to forego the Fire King cards unless you want to play into Nibiru. I don't know. I'm not aware that there's a way to I guess you could just search summon Ponix and then do some stuff until Appaloosa, and then yeah, but like the thing here, and this was also the case last format, this board that these decks make, it is very, very powerful. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This is still a very, very powerful board, but I think it is much more it's much more manageable than having Omni Negates there. Because suddenly here, certain cards just become very, very strong again. Like Soul Release is really good against this version, and it is really good here as well. Talents is incredible against this board, because you can just Talents take at some point. Cosmic Cyclone is also back. You know, it's also a good card again if this is the main version that people are playing. I think all in all, the deck just becomes more manageable, I think, is the main takeaway, right? Like the deck just becomes manageable because Fire King Snake Eye was always the more manageable version of the deck. Yeah. You can make Apple before using original. Yeah. And I think honestly, dealing with this deck with board breakers is much more efficient than dealing with it with hand traps now, I feel like. I would be more inclined to just activate Soul Release than to throw an Imperm and hope it's enough against Fire King versions of the deck. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would be much more inclined to do it that way, or like activate Cosmic and all that kind of stuff. That feels better to me. Shaddoll Fusion goes crazy too. Yeah, Shaddoll Fusion not getting negated ever is also very interesting. There are plays to play around. So there is ways to play around Soul Release. I think, namely, one thing you can do is you can add back the Garunix to your hand with some Sunlight Wolf lines and all that kind of stuff. I think the huge benefit that we have for this upcoming format, or like that you can have for this upcoming format, is that Nibiru is going to be on everyone. Like, people are forced to play around Nibiru because Nibiru is just going to be popular no matter what. Like, no matter what I say, no matter what anyone says, Nibiru is going to be a popular card. So respecting Nibiru will make these combo lines sometimes a little bit more awkward into board breaker strategies and all that kind of stuff. Specifically, the presence of Appaloosa on a lot of boards is what's going to make them vulnerable. Because I'm looking at this board and I'm like, the reason why this board is so vulnerable is because I can Talons take your Appaloosa, or even Change of Heart take your Appaloosa, which forces you to link it off into IP Masquerena with my IP Masquerena and all that kind of stuff, right? The fact that Appaloosa is basically the only way that these decks have to be completely nip proof is very, very good. Why can't Shadow Fusion be negated? Well, because there's no Baron or Savage. Of course you can Ash it, but like these decks cannot make Baron or Savage anymore. So like you can Ash Shadow Fusion, of course, but like these decks don't have any other means to deal with it. Maybe some people will be playing Rangbali then. I mean, yeah, like this is the other thing, right? The scary part, quote unquote, is that Baron is gone, but maybe only because Baron was the best way to negate stuff doesn't mean it was the only way to negate stuff. But yeah. That being said, instead of building a Fire King Snake Eye deck right now, I want to build a updated version of my Sky Striker Snake Eye deck, and then we're also gonna build some Tearlaments. But I just wanted this for context. Of what these end boards might look like and what you need to do to beat them and all that kind of stuff. But yeah. Okay. So first things first. I wish I still had it fully built from what I played at the regional, but I don't. It's not fully built anymore. That's fine. I can just look for the cards. I feel like Fenrir might even be an option. I'm not sure. Actually, it might clash too much with the Sky Striker cards, so maybe not. Where's my third Snake Eye Ash? Oh, there it is. Okay. What do we replace Linkaribo with? We might not replace it. I mean, we probably play Anima, and that's it. Like we simply lose the ability. We lose the ability to play through Imperm or Veiler with our Link 1. But that's okay. That is not the end of the world. I think Shark Cannon could even be played more than I'm trying to think. My list was, where am I? All my talents and thrusts. Did I only go and pick up one? Reborn is good. Where'd my talents and thrusts go? Monka S. Yeah, there's talents. Can't find my thrusts. There it is. Just got my striker core from Holon. Shipping time is insane. Glad to hear that. Glad people are using the new sponsor. Hope you're happy with the stuff you got. All right. So the first question. The first question. I hope you're familiar with the list that I played at the regional, because I don't want to recap everything right now because I don't have it built anymore. If you haven't seen it yet, you can check out the YouTube channel. If you're lacking context of what we're changing or what I'm talking about, but I think it should be fine. The first question is, do we still play Droplet and Enemy Controller? Because now that, I mean, the answer is probably still yes to some of these cards. I'm not sure if we need all of them. I love Econ too. I think Econ is good. The main purpose of Econ was to dodge cards like Imperm and Valor. I think Imperm and Valor are still going to be popular enough to warrant these cards though. Why do I only find 2 of each? Where's the rest? Oh, there they are. Okay. Okay, so obviously my monster lineup for that regional was triple Diabellstar, triple Ash, double Flamberge, double Poplar, 1 Oak, and I think I played 1 Magician Souls, which I have also taken out of my box for this. Somewhere. There. So Magician Soul loses some of its appeal. It loses some of its appeal because you can't make Linkariba with it anymore. And I honestly was really annoyed by drawing Flamberge and sometimes even drawing Poplar. And I sided out 1 of each a lot. But that was mostly for going second. Going first, you might need it to play around Nibiru. Well, the question in the first place, honestly, I wouldn't be opposed. I would not be opposed to maybe even going blind second with this deck in a format where I'm not expecting to see any Baron or Savage. I don't even think that would be that unreasonable. Should we do that? We could do that. Puppet wants to know your location. We do have to prepare for Puppet, yes, but we can. We have Droplet. We can play multiple Shark Cannons. Just put in cards that are good going first and second, like Econ. We could do that, and that's what I did at the regional, right? I played Enemy and Droplet and Talents, and I played a Trap for Thrust. So that I would go first if I won the dice roll, right? I didn't win many dice rolls at the tournament, but I think without Baron and Savage, maybe you could just play a blind second version of the deck and not worrying about like, oh, is my board breaker approach good enough when I go first? You know, what is my going first combo gonna look like, right? Droplet doesn't out Puppet, but Shark Cannon can. Droplet does out Puppet. So what I meant is you're not gonna send Droplet for Puppet for Droplet. You're gonna Droplet the Sanctifier. Unless they do it under Lost. If they if they have that combo, then if you can't respond to it, then yeah. Anyways, let's think about, you know what? Let's try a blind second approach, because you never know whether it's gonna work unless you try it. Let's try blinding second with it for some. We can test it in some remote duels and see if it's good enough, and if it's not, we can still go back. But it sounds very, very fun. So we just go ahead and play, like, what is the cards we definitely play? We definitely play Tactics, Talents, and Thrust. We definitely play Wanted, Engage. We definitely play Bonfire. We definitely play Original, and we probably still play One Temple. Even though arguably, maybe you don't need to. It's still probably good enough. What about Subversion? Blinding second. Subversion is not the worst card in the world, but I am not sure if I like that card enough. Like, even for a searchable spell that's decent going second, I'm not sure if I like Subversion enough. Subversion is a literal god card? I'm not sure. Kurikara might be. Kurikara might be good. I mean, I'll put it here. We can think about it. Exceed, thank you for the 10 months. And Flipper, thank you for the 9 months as well. Appreciate you guys. We could play Cosmic. I'm not a fan of Super Poly. We're not going to play Super Poly. Let's see how much space we're working with anyways. The minimum striker package is going to be 111. I'm pretty confident we're going to play more though. But the minimum would be this. I think we need more search targets for engages though. I think it's not unlikely we're going to end up playing multiple Shark Cannons or Widow Anchors. That seems very, very good. Okay, so these are not mandatory. I guess this is technically not mandatory. Leva 10, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. All right, so the minimum is gonna be 1 Flamberge, Poplar, Oak. It's probably gonna be 2 Poplars, but the minimum is 1. I'm pretty sure we're gonna play 3 Diabell Stars. So that's 9, 12, 15, 16, 19, 22. You know. Where was I? 22, 25, 28. Hero Pawn, thank you for the 4 months. Happy birthday. What do you mean? What do you want me to say? Oh my god, I love Vala, Satyr of the Generator bosses. This card is gonna change my life forever. There you go. Happy birthday. 28. So we have 12 more slots. 12 more slots. That seems reasonable. That seems very good. I want more striker cards. I want more Shark Cannons. Shark Cannon seems great. Maybe we'll try 3 Shark Cannons. Do we play Upstart? You don't need it, really. I think you have enough good card quality. Like, literally, I never had an issue to get 3 spells into the graveyard. I never had a problem with that. How's the cat doing? He's doing great. He's awesome. Rikara could help OTK. Another out to Appaloosa. Rikara. 31. All right, so options. droplets, enemies, reborn. This, we could play more copies of these. Probably a second Poplar, even though I hate, like, this was unironically, I don't feel like people talk about this enough, but it actually is quite annoying in this deck. In Snake Eyes, like, there's a couple cards that actually do feel like bricks a lot of the times, like Oak, Poplar, and Flamberge. Dude, I hated drawing these so much. Like, I hated these so much that I even thought about whether this deck was playable without Oak. I don't think you can play it without Oak, but I hated drawing Oak so much a lot of the times that I genuinely thought about, can you play without this little guy? Because I just don't want to. Zephral, thank you for the bits. What do you think about Marincess and Sprite? I think Sprite has a chance to be playable because it can gigantic if people are playing a lot of Nibirus. But, I mean, Marincess is also fine. It's just, they're both rogue decks, but they're not bad. So if we blind second, is there anything else that's, like, completely crazy? We never want to go evenly, right? I feel like we never want to go evenly. Do you still like Magical Spring? Absolutely. I would side deck Magical Spring for sure. Shaddoll Fusion? Ooh, Shaddoll Fusion. Do we main deck Shaddoll Fusion? I mean, it's dead against Voiceless Voice. It comes with some bricks. I'm not sure if we want to. Cosmic is an option. Yet, I mean, Cosmic is... What is Cosmic good against? It's good against Fire King Snake Eye. It's decent against Voiceless. What about Soul Release? I would... So, my plan is to probably play some... So, I think a good approach to this sort of thing would be... We play in the main deck, we focus on playing generically good cards, like maybe Droplet or Enemy, that are like solid in most matchups, right? But and then in the side deck we play some more targeted going second cards, like maybe Magical Spring, like maybe Phantasme, Ultimate Slayer, potentially all those kind of stuff, right? And then we can take out, like, maybe in one matchup Enemy isn't the greatest, so we take out the Enemy for something that's way more powerful in that matchup. And then there we go, right? I think that's the way I want to approach this. Or like I think Bestials are going to be in my side deck as well for like the branded matchup, because I am worried about getting puppet locked, which is why I'm doing triple Shark Cannon, because Shark Cannon is great in the mirror and against branded, so I think that should probably be a 3 of. Why not teching in the Golden Lord? Golden Lord? No. Would you side stand in for the mirror? What is stand in? Hold up. I also just got food, so we need to I need to do that before it gets completely cold. I need to move these cards aside. I want to finish this deck before though. Hold up. Stand in Yu-Gi-Oh. What is that? I don't think I've seen this card. Tribute one monster, then target one monster in your opponent's graveyard with the same original type and attribute, special summon it to your field. No. That's not great. I mean, it's not... I see where you're coming from, but it's not great. Okay, what was this? It was 3-6. I'd probably add a second Poplar and try to get away with one Flamberge, because drawing Poplar is significantly better than drawing Flamberge. So 4, 10, 11, 18, 24, 30, 32. We'll probably play Divine Temple or Subversion, not both. One of the two. So that's gonna put us to 33, if I didn't miscount. So I could maybe put a second Widow Anchor, make it 34, and then I have room for 2 more play sets. 2 more, like, sets of power spells. If we're really scared of branded, we probably should play Droplet. Nib will be popular, so Temple is better. Yeah, maybe. I'm leaning towards Temple because it's just a better card. Like, I'm leaning towards just doing this. Enemy and Droplet, honestly. Could main some Bystials. We could, however, I would probably prefer another card that I think is going to be very, very popular is going to be Talents, and I would prefer, if we do this, we probably play no hand traps in the main. Doesn't this deck Giga struggle into Nib and Mirrors? It can. The deck that I played at the regionals did. However, what I did notice is the Zelantis OTK requires very few resources, actually. So my problem was so basically the way you have to do it, my problem was that I didn't play Axis Code. So when they had Nibiru, I would be forced to commit into my OTK line with Zelantis, and then they would nib me. What you can do, which actually isn't that hard, is if you play Selene and Axis Code, you can threaten game with Axis Code, they have to nib you, and then you can still do the Zelantis after. That actually wasn't that hard for me to do. Like, I could have done that a bunch of times if I had been playing Axis Code, but I didn't. So I'm definitely going to add Axis Code. And Anima is also going to help with that. Yeah, and we're going to be cutting the Secure Gardener, so we're going to have room for the Axis Code. But yeah, it's going to be one of the two. I like this. I think this looks solid. I definitely want to try this. On the remote dual stream. Let me quickly go through the Link monsters, because we're only going to play Link monsters and see what we play. My Link, my stuff is now completely sorted, by the way. It's not sleeved very well. It has like different sleeves, and some stuff is not sleeved, but it's sorted by Link rating now. So we have Kagari, we have Kaina. Rest in peace. Okay, where's Anima? Oh, I know where Anima is. Well, I don't know where Anima is, but I know where Anima is supposed to be. Anima is with the cards I was considering playing in the Paleo deck. Where are those? That's why I was gonna get the Magical Spring from earlier, and I didn't find them immediately. Well, I'll go look for the Anima in a second. We play Nightmare Phoenix. We might still play Masquerade. In case we can't OTK, we play Charmers. We play Azalea? Maybe. Probably not. Probably not. Sunlight Wolf? Probably not, but I'll put it out here. Princess, Celine. And then a whole bunch of Link 4s, right? We play Celine. Okay, that's already there. Raging Phoenix, Access Code, Zelantis, Apple. I'm not sure if we play Ambler Whale. I'm not sure if we play Goddess. Definitely played these. Not sure about these. Definitely played that. Dude, where are my SPs? I need to find those paleo cards. Give me a quick second. Hello? Hello? Okay. Dude. What I was saying is someone in chat said you can't make anima with the striker token. That is true. However, I don't think that matters. Because for the most part, I mean, very often when you have the striker token, you're going to have a Kagari up here. So what are you going to anima? Like, it doesn't really matter that much. I don't think that's the big downsides for it. Okay, so it's anyways. Let's just pretend for now that SP and anima are here in spirit. So we have 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 14. And we can play one more, maybe Goddess, in case we go up against Pearly or something. Seems fine, right? Boral Sword is nice. Boral Sword? You cannot go into SP with 1 drones then? Keep that in mind when evaluating the cards. Yes, I will say though, because the goal of the deck was to OTK, I surprisingly did go into SP very, very few times only. Like basically, I would only go into SP when I would think that there's no chance I could kill them and I would have to go and break the board. So because you can't attack directly with after you SP, it makes it so you can't actually kill most of the time. So very, very often I would just not actually go into SP that much. Is Black Goat in the deck? Black Goat is not here because this one is meant to be blind second. So there's no Black Goat in this one. If you want to go first with Thrust, I would still probably play Black Goat. I would probably still play Black Goat. So I'm going to decide on the 15's extra deck slot and so on and so forth. But first I want to make sure my food doesn't get cold. Let me check what we have on the Discord in the React Andy suggestion thingy for the lunch break. And then we're going to build some Tearlaments after. Also, don't worry that these are a little bit fast today because we're going to go into more detail on this tomorrow. We just have there's just a lot of things on my mind and I just want to throw a lot of decks together, so I'm just doing it a little bit faster today. But we're gonna do more of this tomorrow and then actually play with the decks and so on and see how they feel. So yeah, don't worry about that. How would this deck fare against Pearly? It depends if you play. Curly is another deck that could be playing hand traps or board breakers. If they play board breakers themselves and you go second against them, you should be fine. It main decks Kurikara at the moment, so that should be fine. You do have outs to the thing. Oh, someone suggested Thunder Dragon Runic in the React Andy thingy, but it's a DB video. That's sad. Never been this sad in my life. Okay, there's no suggestion in the thing. Does Holon ship to the States? They do, yes. They do. That video is cool. Yeah, it is the Jared video, but it's using DB, so we can't do it. Did you react to PAX Runic Snake Eyes? I mean, we've played and we've tested and built Runic Snake Eyes on the channel like ages ago. But we can watch that one. Because that is another version you could be playing in this format, unironically. You did that before Poplar? We did both. We started building it before Poplar, and then we played it after Poplar. I actually played that on stream after... I think that was even the first deck I played after Phantom Nightmare release. On a remote duel stream, I played Snake Eye Runic against you guys.
Yo, what's up guys? So today I want to talk about a deck that I believe is super unexplored in the metagame right now. I know that as the format is closing out, a lot of people kind of just be like, oh, like, you know, this format's pretty much over. But I do think that there's still some cool innovations that can still be made and some things that are can still be thought about.
I'm telling you that this deck is good. This deck is good. Trust. And it could be good in the upcoming format even.
So I want to go over my Runic Snake Eye deck that I played at the Toronto Regional. I didn't do so well. I went X3, but I still want to show the deck because, you know, because obviously if I feel like if I don't show it, I feel like it would kind of just be pushed under the rug. And even though I didn't do as well, I think it was mainly because of the fact that I played a lot of voiceless matchups. Like I think I played like 3 voiceless, and I like barely beat them. I actually lost to most voice. I lost to 2 voiceless players. Mainly, and then 1 Dark World guy, and then it was mainly because though my Runic cards couldn't target any of their stuff, right? So I think that like this deck is really good, but the issue is that like the voices matchup, you need to like play cards to fix that matchup, and I feel like I didn't probably respect it enough, which I think I can definitely just solve that by adding more cards to like beat it. But yeah, I'm gonna show off the Snake Eye Runic profile as well as the combo that maybe I can, you know, use your guys' help to see if you can make it better. And yeah, also huge shouts to Supreme Pro, txs1.com. You can use pack 10 for 10% off. I used the Supreme Pro sleeves the entire event and they felt great. So yeah, let's jump right into it. So I played 3 Snake Eye Ash, obviously 2 Poplar, 1 Oak, 1 Jet, 2 Flamberge.
Okay, he is playing a synchro version of the deck, which obviously wouldn't be possible. I think it is possible though. When I played the deck, I don't think I played Jet. So that's definitely something you can fix.
And 3 Diablo Star, so still the same Snake Eye engine. You still want to max these cards out because these are like the best cards in the deck. Flamberge is like really good in the Runic deck because the way you like play an infinite grind game is you basically use this and you keep targeting your Baron and you keep recycling Baron by resetting it off of Flamberge's effect, right? So because you would like scale it, you would Baron negate, use Flamberge on your
Graham, thank you for the 2 months.
Your turn to target your own Baron and then just rescale it every single turn. So you have an infinite Baron So it's basically it's gonna be really hard for your opponent to win pretty much. So yeah, Flammers is really good. Obviously you play 3 Bonfire, 3 Wanted, 1 Original, and 1 Field Spell. I feel like you still play this card even if you play even if you don't play the Runic version. Maybe this card could be Subversion instead to like help you break boards. The more I think about it, but I still think this card was still pretty decent. But yeah, definitely this card is not as mandatory. This card could definitely be changed for maybe Subversion is what I would think about, or maybe you play the quick play spell that puts the Star in the spell and trap zone, and then the trap. But I think this card was like fine. Okay, so that's pretty much like the Snake Eye version, and now I'll go over like kind of like the Runic, and then it'll make more sense when I show the combo because I feel like this deck is not as explored, and I definitely want to play a little bit more. So you play 3 Tip, obviously, best card, best Runic. You play 3 Freezing Curse for the negate, 3 Flashing Fire, 3 Runic Destruction. So those are all the good ones. I played 2 Slumber and then 1 Dispelling just because like I want the utility of like a 6 Runic card. I didn't really miss the 3rd Slumber, but yeah. These are all you can pretty much fit if you want any sort of non-engine. There's an argument to maybe play 18 of these.
You don't need non-engine.
And obviously, like you play the 2 Fountain.
Just believe.
But I wanted to play 3 evenly matched in the main deck, which honestly was a mistake. I thought it would be like way better than it was in practice. The issue with evenly was like I played a lot of voices. They just had an Omni Negate. I couldn't target in their stuff to bait their Omni Negate out, and so evenly was just sitting in my hand majority of the time. Because like the non-targeting stuff is like so good. But I think what I'll do is in hindsight, I think I would main deck like Dark a little more or Droplets instead of evenly match going forward. But other than that, I think the deck was like solid. I think you just need to like rework some of the combos to like make it a little bit better, and then maybe like refine a little bit of like the main deck choices. Like for example, like that the Snake Eye Field Spell might not be mandatory. So that's the deck, 40 cards. So for the extra deck, you play Formula, Savage, Baron. I still find myself making Savage and Formula. They're part of the combo that I do in the Snake Eye deck, and I'll show you guys that right after this. You play Hugin, Gary, and then 1 Sleipnir. I really want to fit 2 of this, but I couldn't really find room. But if my opponent stops my Hugin with Imperm, it's fine because it's basically as if like I use the Runic spell as a crossout target. Like I basically use the Runic to trade with an Imperm, which I think is like still fine, and this card is like still an extra card to like trade. Gary just to like recycle back Runic Fountain, but then also it's a dark monster, so he lets you go into like Dark Charmer. And then one Sleipnir the Runic main. This card is really strong because you can use if you open 2 Runic spells and Snake Eye Ash. This card allows you to end on like a crazy board where like you use this plus Just Synchron because it's level 9. You can make Baron with this, so it's like really good.
Why is everything in your freaking arsenal a quarter century secret rare, but Sleipnir isn't? That was not even an expensive quarter century in the beginning. I picked mine up for like 15. Bro, that's disrespectful.
So there's that. Obviously, then 1 Karibo, 1 IP. You play 1 SP.
Oh yeah, the SP is quarter though.
Celine, both Charmers, and then Apple's access code. I would think this card was good, just to help you clear cards, but I don't know if it's that necessary because I feel like Baron and Flambridge already clear so many cards. But yeah, I just played access code. I think it was fine. See, and now for the side deck, I played 3 Dark a little more. This card should have been in the main deck. This card was insane. Same with Droplets. I think these cards are like super crazy. I definitely wish I had room to main deck both of these, but I can only pick 3 non-engine. But I definitely would main one of these. Like they're actually so broken. I also played 3 Talents to help with going first, and then against like some matchups, like I think like having this going second is like really good because it has the ability to draw you 2 cards. And drawing 2 cards is really good because like if you draw into Ruin cards, you can like do some crazy stuff. And then I played like 3 Spooky, Scattershot, Munin, Sprint. A lot of people were just like, I think like Runix just has like a hard time where a lot of people they actually refuse to scoop. So I find myself like where I'm making these crazy boards, but my opponents are like actively trying to break the board and not scooping. So the game will get prolonged and the time cards help. Funny enough, I actually normal summon more Spooky Dogwood to make Baron. One of the rounds. But yeah, I think these 6 cards, I think like you might not need as much as 6, but they could definitely be something else. But I couldn't figure out what they were, so I just threw them in pretty much. But okay, let's go into the combo where if you open Snake Eye Ash plus any runic spell, okay? The combo gets obviously better with 2 runic spells, but let's pretend you open 1 runic spell. Pretend we have 1 Snake Eye Ash plus 1 runic card, because, you know, if you open 2, obviously you're lit, but let's just pretend we open 1 for the sake of the combo. So we're gonna go normal summon Snake Eye, Ash effect get Poplar, Poplar get Original. Here we're gonna make Karibo with the Poplar, then
No,
activate Poplar, go into the spawn trap zone. We'll activate Snake Eye.
I don't think we have to go through the combos because they're gonna be very, very different from what you can do in the new format. I think unironically, the concept behind Snake Eye Runic can still be very, very you know, it can still work because I think the list that Pack just showed was a bad example for this. A better example would be the one that I built. Like at this point, I think it's months ago. Maybe it's just like 6 weeks or something. I don't remember exactly, but we've played it on stream as well, and it actually wasn't that bad. It actually wasn't that bad because you can just like I didn't even put Jet Synchron in mine. I just put like the goal was always to just like use the Snake Eye cards to like if you depending on your hand whether you want to push through your Snake Eye combo because you only have 1 starter, or whether you want to push through your runic cards because you have like only 2 or something. You can use the other engine to like force out your opponent's hand traps, right? Like if you want your Hugin to resolve really badly because you didn't open Fountain and you only have like 2 runics and you really need to get the Fountain, you can like start with the Snake Eye cards to see, you know, just check if there's an Imperm or an Ash and so on and so forth. And if your Snake Eye stuff gets hit with Imperm or Ash, you'll use the Hugin to get Fountain anyways, or vice versa, right? Like if you really rely on your Snake Eye Ash to resolve, you can like summon a Hugin and probably force your opponent to Imperm it. Otherwise, you're going to be able to draw cards with Fountain, and then you're also fine. I think that concept can work. I think the biggest downside I found with that deck, 2 downsides I found at the time, and one of them is still a thing. The biggest problem was that the deck would lose to cards like Baron and Savage when you go second. That was a big problem. That is less of a problem now. The second issue I found was that I was actually able to break a lot of boards with it, but I wasn't able to OTK, obviously, because I didn't have a battle phase, and that meant that these Zelantis combos were significantly less potent, obviously, right? And like those are... The Zelantis lines are not the only selling point of the Snake Eye decks, but like it's a big deal that you can OTK with so little and end the game on the spot, and that was something that you just didn't have available to you. But I still think the deck has its upsides. I think it's cool, and I think actually if you like, my version didn't play the Jet Synchron, so I don't think it cares much about the Savage and the Baron ban, like yeah, at all. Do you perhaps add Bestials to it and make this pattern with Flamberge, Lubellion plus Formula now? I don't know. I think that seems... I think throwing a 3rd engine in there doesn't seem great to me, personally. I feel like if you want to play a Bestial Runic deck, you can. Like, the original Runic Bestial as a deck, I think, can function in this format because... you have Bestials as non-engine, which is going to be really good against a lot of top decks in the format. Like Bestials are going to be good against the IP Masquerena from Snake Eye decks. Bestials are going to be great against Branded and against Voiceless Voice. So I think if you want to play Runic Bestial, you absolutely can. I don't think if I would throw Bestials into that deck, into the Snake Eye Runic, because then I think you just don't have room for it. I don't think that works. What are your thoughts on Kashtira Snake Eyes? Probably also possible. Like, I think Snake Eye decks, Snake Eye variations, honestly, I think they have a hard time being bad. Like, most decks that you pair with Snake Eyes get better if you pair them with Snake Eyes. And the thing is that previously, none of those sort of mixes that you could do with Snake Eyes were actually better than pure Snake Eyes. Like pure Snake Eye, completely unnerved, was just basically too perfect of a deck to find something that's actually better than it, you know. Now that the pure version of the deck is kind of eliminated, right? Like, I think it opens up the window for all those hybrid decks to potentially be good, right? Like like Snake Eye Fire King, which is also just a hybrid with Snake Eyes, like Runic Snake Eyes, Cash Tira Snake Eyes. All those decks, feel free to try them. I think there's a very high chance that one of them ends up being the best deck of the format. Which one exactly, I'm not sure, but yeah. I think that's going to be the case. What are your thoughts on Voiceless Voice Runic with the new support? I saw theory crafting about it. I have not thought about that one at all. Like, I on the one hand, I see where you're coming from. Like, you can they on the one hand, I see where you're coming from. On the other hand, I feel like the only synergy between those two decks, realistically, is that they don't really clash with each other. Do you know what I mean? It's like they don't have anti-synergies, but they also don't have great positive synergies, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not sure exactly what the great synergy between those two are. Outside of the thing that I said earlier with the Snake Eyes, where you can dodge, like, you can force hand traps with one engine to make sure the other resolves, right? Like, you can, like, activate Hugin effect, and that forces the imperm, and that makes sure your low resolves, and so on and so forth, right? Which is okay. Maybe that's enough, right? Like, the one thing that where they would work well together is that both of them have great long-term value, right? Like Voiceless Voice also provides you with great value over time, and I think Voiceless Voice doesn't really care that they have to skip their battle phase, because they have their search for the barrier every turn, and they have their Omni Negate that refreshes every turn, so it's pretty good in that regard. It gives Runic and Omni, which is nice. Yeah, that essentially. There's also back mutation. What low is level 1, isn't it? Where's low level 2? I'm actually not sure right now. Oh, but you have Diviner, obviously. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, you can just go Diviner. Yeah. My bad. Yeah. Did you check out Thunder Runics? I did not check out Thunder Runics. No. What is the synergy between Thunder and Runics? I'm actually curious. Because I don't see it, personally. Is Legacy of Destruction shaking the meta up in any way? I think so, yeah. I think there's going to be some fresh air from it, but only some. It's Runic Stun with extra steps. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it works, but I'm not sure if it's my it's definitely not my top priority on what to check out, because I don't really see how it works. Like, how does the Runic deck really help the Thunder deck get going? Like, do you just like summon extra bodies and then you use SP to banish your own Thunder Dragons from the graveyard? Like, is that it? I don't know about that. I don't even know, guys. I don't even know how good Colossus is gonna be for the, like, in general. I feel like there's a lot of decks that don't even care that much about Colossus anymore, and with SP Little Knight in the game, Colossus seems incredibly easy to out for a lot of decks. I'm not sure if it's worth committing your deck to summoning Colossus. Snake Eyes really doesn't like Colossus. I mean, it's essentially like you are stopping Snake Eyes Ash from searching. You could have just impermed it, right? Like, yeah, you stop Wanted and Bonfire, but they don't always have those. Like, it's kind of like a gamble, right? It's a gamble on whether they have the searchers or the cards that they wanted to search anyways. I find it weird that people try to work with them. They literally do nothing. Well, okay, they don't do nothing either. Like, they don't do nothing. They definitely do something, but I'm not sure if they do enough consistently. Macedul has way more decks that need to search, and Colossus was never good in Macedul. Yeah, but Macedul also has Maxi, which could be it's a little bit of a difference maker. It's not a complete deal breaker for a card like Colossus, but it definitely hurts the combo style decks that summon Colossus. I'm currently using Colossus in Runic Bestial in Master Duel. It works great. So how do you summon it? In Runic Bestial, out of all things. Like, how do you summon Colossus? Do you just play like Nemesis Corridor and hope to draw it? Or what? Make Cupid pitch? I mean, but Bestial Runic doesn't play level 2 tuners. Hugin plus Assault Synchron? I mean, yeah, but that's not even that good. Duality into Alvain? Yeah, I mean, I didn't say it was impossible. That's the thing. There's a difference, guys. There's a difference. And I've said this a lot in the past. There's a difference between things that are possible and things that are desirable, right? It's possible to summon Colossus in your Runic Bestial deck. It's not desirable to do that. There's a big difference between those two things. Because in Yu-Gi-Oh, a lot of things are possible. Almost everything is possible in Yu-Gi-Oh, but it ends up not being that good most of the time if it's too gimmicky. And taking a deck that is built around like, okay, I'm summoning a level 2 fusion monster and then I summon level 4 tuners next to it, so I want a load of level 6 synchros and level 10 synchros, and my bestials are level 6 as well, so that also adds up. That's where the synergy comes from. And then you're throwing like tuners in that deck with a completely different level for a completely separate line and all that kind of stuff. It's not actually what you want to be doing. Armageddonite can do so much, but it actually does nothing. I mean, when Isolt was still legal, literally Armageddonite was an FTK in like 1,000 different ways, theoretically, right? But no one ever really used it to competitive success in that way. Bullpass, thank you for the 3 months. Thoughts on card scanner in Runic decks? I don't think that's very good. Like, I've played against someone who was playing card scanner in Runic Stun, and there it actually was quite annoying. But the thing is, you already need to have a good hand to use that card well. The fact that it guarantees you infinite Runic tips can be pretty good, but it's just like, I feel like it's win more. But it is scary. Win more cards can still be scary, but I wouldn't play it myself. Anyways, speaking of something I would play myself, let's take a look at Tearlaments for this new format. I noticed this morning, unfortunately, that I only own 2 Tearlaments Kashiras, which is very annoying. I'm gonna have to get a third if I want to play this deck. But that's okay. We'll make do. We will make do. So, I believe that Tearlaments actually does get a little bit of a boost from this ban list. Nothing super crazy, but there's 2 things that makes me want to check out Tearlaments. And I want to preface that by saying, I don't think Tearlaments is actually going to be the best deck. But I do think it regains some of its playability for the upcoming format. Also, my headphones are about to die, and I don't know where I put the other one. Oh, there they are. Give me a second. I always feel like a 5-head when I do this. I always feel like a 5-head because I'm using my my AirPods. I'm only using one so that when the battery dies, I can just switch to the other one. Does anyone else do that? Has anyone else figured out that technology yet? I feel like it's 5-head. Addy Sean, thank you for the 4 months. Sound in only one ear. Yeah, it's annoying. It is annoying, especially when one dies and you have to switch. But it's like better than if I had no more now. Anyways, what I was about to say, what I was yapping about is 2 things are good for Tearlaments right now. First thing, they got the 3rd malicious. And that is cool. You can now go for some cool Beatrice lines more consistently and you get extra value out of milling a malicious. I think that's pretty neat. I want to try and see if that works well. But I think that's not even the biggest deal for Tearlaments, honestly. I think the bigger deal for Tearlaments is what we've talked about earlier in the stream, and that is the fact that I think this ban list opens up a lot of possibilities for decks that rely mostly on engine. Because that was previously not a very good idea if your Snake Eye opponent was summoning Baron and Savage and backing it up with multiple hand traps. That was simply not very good, right? Like, you wouldn't be able to beat that with decks that were relying on engine. I think Tearlaments benefits from that because you can just get away now, I think, with like a couple of like Fenrir's and Talons and all that. And I think that makes it a playable strategy again. That being said, I haven't played Tearlaments in the TCG in a long time. So I'm a little excited to explore it. It sounds fun. I'm not expecting it to be super strong, but that's not what I'm looking for here. I'm looking for like a fun alternative that finally doesn't play like 15 hand traps and all that, and just like, you know, just like a little bit of healthy gambling and all that. So yeah, that's what I want to do with this deck. So the thing about Tearlaments is there's a lot of questions. Like, there's a lot of sub engines that you can play. We could end up deciding to play Horus cards, which obviously are interesting. You could end up playing King of the Swamp with Poly. I don't want to play these. I really don't want to play King of the Swamp. It might be the best way you have to play through Nibiru, but I'm not actually sure if that's true. Like, Tearlaments might just be good against Nibiru naturally. Like, maybe you don't need King of the Swamp. You have Dangers, which is always an option when you're playing Tearlaments, right? That's something you can play. You can play a bigger Kashtira package with like Fenrir's and Wraithsoth. I guess this belongs here. You can play Unchained Soul of Shyama, which helps you go into Beatrice as well with multiple copies of Malicious. I think that might be what we want to go for. So a lot of fun things you can do with Tearlaments. You can play Impulse and Fire Attacker, which I think is also very cool. You can play Bestials for more rank 6 access. That is also true. So I'm just hyped to try and have a little bit of fun with this deck, honestly. That's all. That is all. I'm looking for the 3rd Fenrir. It was here somewhere. I might also, at some point, I might also update my my paleo deck for this format, because technically it is major cope, but technically it also really benefits from no Baron, no Savage. And it is a very fun deck. It's great that Tyr has become Slop. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't even like. I feel like at this point, nothing is really staple for this deck anymore. Because do you even still play 3 Rhino Hearts? Because it's not even combo on its own without Kid Kalos. I don't even know if I like triple Rhino Heart in this. See, that's another thing you can do. You should try Revolution Synchron with tuning to go into Ancient Fairy and Crystal Wing before the 5th summon. This lets you bridge engine with the Horus field spell and chicken game and makes it nip proof. See, that does sound fun. That does sound fun. However, I don't have chicken games yet. I don't have chicken game. But the Revolution Synchron thingy does sound cool. I was more thinking of like doing that with like these two planets, right? But you could throw in a chicken game in the mix as well. Rhino is a great foolish scent though. Best tier name to mill. Yeah, I mean, milling Rhino is really good if you have Salix or Screams in hand, which is really, really cool. Right? Like if you have Scream or Salic in hand, milling a Rhino hard is very, very strong. I don't know what the sweet spot for Rhino is. Honestly, the answer to that question probably is only something you can find out by just trying it. I think what I want to achieve today is I want to throw together a list that I feel like looks cool and that I just feel like trying. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect because I haven't played tier in a long time and there's so many options for it that I don't know if I'm gonna. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to find something that I know is gonna be perfect. Yeah. So Revolution Synchron is also an option. Do Not Rest. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Do cards have to be English? No. I try to nowadays. I try to pick up whenever I'm picking up new cards. I'm picking them up in English because it's the most convenient one when you go to an international tournament to make sure that everyone can read your cards. I think that just saves you a lot of trouble. I have some cards where I didn't do that are still like German or other languages, but for the most part, I try to use English ones because everyone can or should be able to read them. But you can use in the TCG, you can use any TCG language. The only thing you cannot use is OCG cards like Japanese or Chinese or Korean. I don't know what all of the languages that they come in, but those you cannot use. A lot of times for some cards, I don't even know what their name in my native language. Yeah, no, for a lot of cards, I don't know the German names. Very often that's the case, yeah. We could, we can, yeah, I mean, okay, let me just see which cards I like out of all these options, which ones I feel like are good and which ones I feel like I might not want to play. Because, I mean, this is the Tearlaments core. We're always going to play some of those, or we're always going to play those. I do want to play the Mali and the Unchained Soul of Shayama package because I want to explore how good they are. So, I'm not sure if this is the best way to approach tier, but just because they just got the third Malicious, I do want to try this one. So I'm gonna be playing the Malicious, and I also want to play the Shayama because I think it goes very well with the deck. No Denier anymore. I did look. I have a Denier here somewhere. I don't know if that's maybe a little bit too much. I don't know if that's maybe doing a little bit too much. You could still maybe you play all four. Maybe that's just really nice. You know, maybe that's really, really good. Could play a Denier. And lean more into the hero cards. Yeah, the one reason maybe to play 3 Rhino Hearts is because it makes Bahamut Shark into Toad, which I feel like is one of the better ways you can approach the first turn. I thought that Toad was so good in this deck whenever I saw it being summoned. I thought Toad was great. I don't even know if I own a Bahamut Shark, now that you say that. I'm not aware if I own... Yeah, I don't have one. I don't think I have a Bahamut Shark. That's annoying. Well, I can pick one up. Zombie Vampire. I have Toads. I don't think I have a Bahamut Shark. Let me check. Oh, I do have Bahamut Shark. Okay, nice. The Legacy, dude, Legendary Duelist 9 coming in clutch. The set that was so bad otherwise. Saving me. TV Destro, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Okay, so I want to play the hero package with Unchained Soul of Shiyama. I also really want to play a Kashtira package. I don't know how many of these I want to play exactly, but I was always a big fan of these cards because I think Tier Cash is such a good card. Fenrir is such a good card. And when you have a good search target for Fenrir, I feel like these cards just end up complementing each other so well. I don't know exactly if we're going to go all in on 3 Fenrir because it technically is a really bad mill. And I kind of want to play the field spell as a target for terraforming. But at that point, we are adding a decent chunk of mediocre mills into the deck. I think we're just going to end up seeing how much room we have. Also, I have a terraforming somewhere here. I did take that out of my box earlier. There it is. Yeah. And the same is also true for Super Poly. I don't know if I want to play Super Poly in the deck. I know a lot of people play Super Poly. I think if I'm playing Garura anyways, and Mud Dragon anyways, probably okay to play Super Poly. Like, I'm leaning towards my non-engine for the deck could just be Super Poly, Talents, and Fenrir. That should be fine, maybe? Right? That should probably be fine. And then we also want a copy of Trivi Karma, right? With goods. And shufflers, probably. Are shufflers always mandatory in tier? Like 2? Probably, right? We don't mill that much though, do we? Like, I feel like we would always play 1. What about Draco Sack into Cherubini? Makes Fenrir a 1.5 card Beatrice. What do you send? You send Denier? With Cherubini? But then you still need a way to fuse with it though, right? Oh no, you sprint. Sprint into a tier name and that makes... dangerous? Okay. Yeah. Maybe. I'm not sure if I like that. That's a lot of extra deck space for a line that's very vulnerable to 1 interruption. And it's not like... that line is vulnerable to every single interruption in the game. Every hand trap, every bestial, like... and it's just, you're using up so many resources to do that. And like, you have to... like, if you have just Fenrir, you search tier cache, you still need to set up a way to summon the tier cache. I don't know if I like that. I really am not sure. I think I'm gonna skip on the Revolution Synchron version for now, because that seems relatively gimmicky, and I don't think they go together. Like, I think it's either Revolution Synchron or Mali version, because they both are kind of like combo dependent and weird draws on their own and all that kind of stuff. So we might experiment with that in the future, but I want to play the third Mali for now. What I meant to say about the shufflers is I feel like playing 1 as a target for Beatrice is always going to happen. Playing both, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm going to play both. Because without Kid Kalos, you don't even mill that much with this deck anymore, right? I feel like a lot of your lines are going to be a combination of some of what you do is guaranteed, and other parts of what you do is going to be like, if you mill well, it's going to be crazy, right? But you need like a part of your combo needs to be like guaranteed, right? Like the malicious lines and Beatrice and all that. That's going to be guaranteed stuff, right? Do a practice hand? Brother in Christ, my list has not been assembled. How do you want me to do a test hand? You see my desk right now? Luke Tyler, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate that. I want to focus on... I think the best things that Tearlament does are summoning the following cards. It's summoning Bahamut Shark into Toad, summoning Beatrice, and maybe also Zombie Vampire with the Horus cards. I think Horus and Mali go well together. Like, I think I want to focus on these 3 Xyzs mainly. I think that's smart. That being said, that means we're going to be playing 3 Rhino Hearts because it makes easy Bahamut Shark, and worst case, you still Rhino Heart into tier cash to mill 2, and that always saves you, right? That literally always saves you. And then, obviously, we are playing... Obviously, we're playing 3 tier cash. I only have 2 right now, but we're playing 3 tier cash. And 1 of each name. Like this. We're always playing 3 Polar Rhinos. We're always playing 3 Screams, I think. I think Scream is one of the best cards for Tearlaments now. Because it's actually, without Kiklos, this is, I think, the most consistent milling you're getting. Because it's repetitive every turn you mill 3, and it's a good mill as well. I like that. I want to play 3 Sulik. I don't know if we play other trap cards. I actually haven't even looked for Meta Noise. Meta Noise should be somewhere here. There you go. Dude, having your cards sorted is such a nice feeling. It's a shame it's going to be over in like 2 weeks. And we're going to play Trivi Karma. Where is it? I don't know. Here. I like that. I do like that. And then the question is, I do want to play Terraforming and Wraith Soth. The question is, how many Fenrirs do we then play? You could really play any number of Fenrirs, because it is highly searchable in this deck with like, I mean, highly searchable. You have like Terraforming and Wraith Soth, so even if you only play 1, that would be 3 copies theoretically, and you don't need multiple Fenrirs because you can just Fenrir search tier cache. You could also argue for 3. I think it's a little bit too many though. Because if you have 1 Fenrir, you really don't want to see any of these other cache Tira cards, right? You don't want to see a planet plus Fenrir. You don't want to see Fenrir plus tier cache, because then it becomes redundant. So I don't think you want 3 Fenrirs. That seems a little bit excessive, considering it's also not a great mill. I'm not too opposed of playing just 1 or 2. We can start with 2, but if we have space issues later, I feel fine taking 1 out to go down to 1. I think that seems all right. So we could do that. I want to start with playing 1 shuffler, like I said earlier. I don't think I want to main both. We might side the second one. And then we're gonna play these guys. 3 Imseti, 1 Happy, probably 2 King Sarcophagus, right? Because if we only play 1 and we mill it, we just lose the game, right? I feel like it's 2. Is this viable in Master Duel? Tearlaments are viable in Master Duel, but this exact version, not. Like, it's a very different card pool. You can definitely play Tearlaments in Master Duel because you have Kid Kolos, but it's a different list. You can go onto my Discord. I'm pretty sure there should be a list of Tearlaments that what I played in Master Duel recently. There's also a YouTube video on it. So yeah, you can go check that out. But this list is not going to be viable for Master Duel in the same way. We play 1 Goods because Goods is very flexible. It can send any of these. Really good. I don't know if I like Dangers though. Dangers I'm not that. I mean, dangerous can really save your butt, though. I suppose. Do you know what I feel like? Why is no one playing Tearlaments Grief? Isn't Tearlaments Grief kind of nice? To always access Rhino Heart and be able to discard like your tier cards? You need the Aquas. You might have a point. It is nice to be able to make Garura. It is really nice to be able to make Garura, especially when we want to make Beatrice. Right? So we play like a small danger package. Just like 2 Nessie, 1 Mothman. 3, 6, 10, 15, 21, 26, 27, 30, 31, 30. This is 40. This is 40? We haven't put Talents or Super Poly yet. I don't know how relevant it is, but Grief can just revive Kaleido. What do you mean? Grief can revive Kaleido. Oh, Grief summons from graveyard. I didn't know that, actually. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if we need to keep this deck 40 at all costs, though, to be fair. I think we probably can play more. Or especially in the beginning, if we want to figure out which cards are good and which ones aren't. Because I really want to play some amount of Talents or Super Poly here. Sag, Josh forgot Worlds testing. There's no way that ever happened during Worlds testing. You're capping. That did not happen. You are lying. You are gaslighting. You did never do that. You never did that. I did multiple times. Okay, now you are lying multiple times. That's crazy that you're doing that. This is now 46 cards. Which that seems a little excessive. That does seem a little excessive. I'm trying to think if I'm trying to think what the issue of this is just by looking at it. Do we need better mills or do we need better draws? Because there's a lot of cards here that are only one or the other. Like Terraforming, Wraithsoth, and Fenrir are cards that are only good to draw. And then there's cards like Mudora, Malicious, Shayama, and so on and so forth that are only really good if you mill them. You can work with them if you draw them, but like it's kind of iffy. And the same is true for like Talents and Super Poly. Like all of those cards are only good draws. As much as I hate saying this, I think Fenrir might have to be sided. I mean, it'd be okay to go down one Fenrir. I also would be okay taking out Super Polys and just playing Talents, considering how like Baron and Savage are banned. I don't think we necessarily need Super Poly for any matchup, but this would already make it 42, which would probably be slim enough. Shadolds are better than Horus? I heard very good things about the Horus cards in Tearlaments. I have not played with them myself yet, but I heard very good things because they let you discard and so on and so forth. I do see what the what the cards do for you, the Shadol cards, but I don't think they replace the Horus cards. I don't think Shadols make sense with Gamba cards banned. I mean, kind of, yeah. I think you should lean on the mill more. The amount of times you can pop off starting from nothing in tier is crazy. I mean, that's what I did though, right? I took out the super polys and I left in all of the good mills. I really am not sure about these dangers. The dangers are the one thing that's throwing me off. I do understand the argument of we need more aquas. At the same time, I just don't think dangers are consistent. I mean, they're never consistent, but like, I don't know if they are good enough cards in this deck. Cut them, Toad is Aqua. I mean, you say that as if it's a joke, but like, that is kind of an argument. One Nessie is pretty common at this point. You go one Nessie, one Moth. On the other hand, that is just literally one random Aqua. Now this Nessie is just one random ass Aqua in this deck. Maybe the new level 4 tuner lights one. Oh, I mean, this is before Legacy of Destruction. With Legacy of Destruction, we can take a look at the new Lightsworn cards. We can play Lightsworn Tearlaments, but that's a whole different deck. That's a whole different deck. That we are definitely gonna try, but that's not what we are doing right now. I mean, this looks fine. It looks all over the place, I'm not gonna lie, but it looks like how a Tearlament deck would need to look. Why would we build post-ban list but pre-Legacy of Destruction? Because Legacy of Destruction isn't out yet and I want a remote duel in the next couple days. Also, there's an entire YCS happening next weekend. I mean, it is literally just for remote duels, though. So what do we have nothing to lose from this. We can just try it. Honestly, I'm inclined. Let's just leave the second Nessie in here to see if we actually like it in the games. You know what? Let me sleeve this up. Let me sleeve this up and actually do some tests with it. Actually, the extra deck needs to be done. Hold up. We need, what do we need? Fusions. We play a Mud Dragon. We play a Garura. What do you think about Phoenix Enforcer package if you play 3 Militias? What is the... I mean... just like flapping Fusion Destiny in here? To sometimes summon a DPE? It's not the worst idea if you're playing the targets for it anyways. How do you organize your cards? I'm not sure if it's... I'm not sure if I'm happy with it yet, but I have just I have them all. Hold up. I have all of them in like this big box here. Right? And I have them divided by this. And currently they're just like, this is Link Monsters, this is Xyz, this is Fusions, this is Synchros, this is Rituals, and then I have them divided by attribute in the other ones. And then like spell cards and quick play spells and all that. I'm not sure if it's optimal yet, but like this is how I currently have it. And I have been finding the stuff that I'm looking for relatively quickly most of the time, but yeah. It's a little annoying because for some stuff, like some archetypes, you literally have to break up the deck cores because they have like different attributes. Like my Vanquish Soul stuff is in all different thingies now. I don't know how else I was supposed to do it though. You run Destiny? I mean, I do run Dangerous. Should divide them into engines, board breakers, hand traps, cores. I think that's like less. What I like about this sorting is that if I'm looking for one specific card, I know exactly where it's supposed to be. I don't know. I like if you know, like certain cards can be seen as a board breaker or a part of an engine or whatever. Like freaking, where do I put Rescue Ace Impulse then? Like, is it a hand trap or is it a Rescue Ace card that I put with my Rescue Ace core? You know, and where is my Rescue Ace core to begin with? Right? There's no sorting for that sort of thing. I don't know. I don't like that. Can you try to build tier with some lab cards and roll back with Needlebug's Nest? I was thinking about playing the Paleo tier. I guess that's the closest to that suggestion. But yeah. Anyways, extra deck. I'm pretty sure we need exactly 5 fusions. We need Dangerous, Mud Dragon, Garura, Kaleido, and Dragostapelia. I don't think we're missing anything here. We need Beatrice, Zombie Vampire, Bahamut Shark, and Toad. Toad is in my Paleo deck. And so is Typhon and SP. And then I do want to play. I think Typhon is good here, right? Probably. But we definitely want Bright Sprint and Dark. And IP Masquerena, which is currently in the other deck that we built earlier. Let me see. IP. See how many that is. Let me move the main deck to the side real quick. Oh. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, Redoer fits. I wasn't sure if Redoer was going to fit, but it does fit. So we can play Redoer. Up, 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 up. I like Dweller over Redoer. Maybe. Is SP necessary? I mean, if you wanna, so there's 2 answers to that question. If you have SP, you should play it. I think this is one of the decks where if you don't have SP though, you can probably still play it without it. So if you're referring to that question, like if it's a budget reason you're asking the question, I think you can get away without it, I would say. I think SP is good in this deck, but it's one of the decks where you can get away without playing SP. Because there's like ways to still play the game now without. It's for Colossus. I mean, this deck, I don't think this deck struggles that much with Colossus. I mean, a little bit. Like Imseti doesn't work. And your planets don't work. And if you mill these, you don't get the effect. But yeah. This deck can make multiple rank 6. Probably true. The question would then be, what would the second rank 6 be? And what do you cut for that? Pilgrim Reaper? I mean, you can play Pilgrim Reaper. Wait. No. What is Pilgrim Reaper? I thought you meant, I thought you were referring to Wallow, but who the hell is Pilgrim Reaper? I don't even have that card. It mills 5? Oh, hold up. Hold up. Pilgrim Reaper. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I remember looking at this a while ago. Two level 6s. This card gains 200 attack and defense for every dark. You can detach 1 exceeds. Each player sends the top 5. Yeah. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know if I want this because so the way I'll say it is I think you only ever summon this thing if you already have Beatrice. And I think if you already have Beatrice, you are already very, very happy. And you could just turn the 2 bodies that you have into like an IP Masquerena and you would be fine. Absolutely. Right? Like, this is never better than Beatrice. Because the risk of playing something good, of milling something good for your opponent is not great. Also, Beatrice gives you interaction on the opponent's turn. Like, you basically mill the 2 perfect cards on both turns. I think Beatrice is always better. But it's still interesting. It's like an interesting card, but I don't know if I would actually play it. I don't think it makes me want to cut any of these, you know? Like, I don't think we already have Zombie Vampire and Beatrice to access the stuff in our deck. Like, if you were playing a different version of the deck that didn't play the Horus cards, then yeah, you could just take out the Zombie Vampire for that or something. What about Chaos Angel? Chaos Angel would be really nice if you could play it. But I don't think it makes the cut. You can cut Typhon. I mean, I think Typhon is just way too good of a card. I love having Typhon in my extra decks. But Typhon is technically cuttable. Yeah. Typhon is technically cuttable. Okay, let me sleeve these up. The only thing is I don't have... I have to unsleeve other cards real quick to sleeve these up. Fine. I want to play some... I want to do some opening hands with this. I want to do some gambling. I'm unsleeving my Fire King cards. So how are we feeling, guys, about the TCG content at the moment? Because I'm always a little uncertain. Like the numbers when I'm streaming Master Duel are pretty absurd, honestly. But I do enjoy the TCG side a lot as well. So, you know, I'm always listening to feedback. I do kind of like involving real cards in it, though. It does feel nice. It's sometimes it's inconvenient, you know, having to like search for a specific card or not having a specific card. But it is kind of an appeal as well. It's definitely easier to stream Master Duel. Don't look at what I'm unsleeving right now to fit my Sully X into a sleeve. Definitely not ulti super polys that are vibing on the side now without a sleeve. Will you build some paleo this week too? Probably tomorrow. Yeah, I'll update some lists. I don't know if I have enough cards to build all the decks at the same time, but probably. Okay, so I'm gonna have to play one. This is tier cash. Big Nil, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, we are ready to gamba. The extra malicious body is really good now to go into barricade work blocker for follow-up, getting Scream Soliac for Rhinoheart Mill or get King Sarcophagus. Yeah, I do have extra sleeves. Thank you for the prime though. I do. They're just like sealed still. At some point I wanted to I was looking to sleeve up my entire collection with the same sleeves so that during these streams I can always just take any card without having to ever re-sleeve them. Until I guess some of the sleeves break, but like that it's a lot of work though. We might do a stream for that. I might just like get those sleeves and then we'll sit down and we'll have another like card sorting a stream where I sleeve my collection and you guys can just ask me questions and all that kind of stuff. We've done those in the past. Those were fun. The organization streams. And honestly, looking at how my desk is looking right now with what we just did, it might be due soon. That's also a commitment. What happens if you see different sleeves you like? Bro, I've been using the same sleeves since 15 years. I think I'm fine. You don't use binders? Dude, binders are the most annoying thing for organization. I hate binders. Because binders have limited space. And you take something out of your binder, there's a hole in it. If you fill the hole, then you put the card back. It's just annoying. It's major annoying. Binders are good for like trading. Like if you want to go to locals and trade with people and show them what you got, a binder is good. For sorting your stuff at home, it's not a good idea. Anyways. What is the sleeves you use? I've been using, this is not sponsored or anything like that. I've been using KMC Hypermats. I don't know for how long, but yeah, those have been my favorite sleeves anyway. Nowadays, now that they allow double sleeving in tournaments, I use like sleeves with art on them with like double sleeves, like the world sleeves and stuff like that. But like these white KMCs, I don't even know if they're the best actually. It's just the ones that I've at some point decided that I like them, and so I've been using them ever since, and that's it. Like I don't even know if there's like there might be something out there that's better, but I'm just happy with these anyways. Okay, the deck is cracked, isn't it? Okay, what do we do? Surely we just win the game. We must be winning the game. We do we start with Sharon? Or do we start with King Sarcophagus? I'm not sure. We might start with King Sarcophagus. Let's start with King Sarcophagus. Pitch Shayama. Send Imseti. Pitch Malicious. Send Happy. Do we just start with the Zombie Vampire now? Probably. Search before. I mean, I would like to mill Sharon, so I don't want to use Pearl Rhino beforehand. So we bring out these two. And we make... Let's just make Zombie Vampire. We are getting it twisted, yes. So we make zombie vampire. We mill 4. Havness. It's all right. Chainlink 1 Havness. Chainlink 2 Tearlaments Cash Shira. Do we chain Trippy Karma? No. Okay, Chainlink 1 Havness, Chainlink 2 Tier Cash. Mills Merly and Imseti. So I feel like we want to make Mud Dragon. Right? We want to make Mud Dragon so that we can threaten the Bahamut Shark in a second. Do we even activate the Merly here is the question. We could also have made Garura. With the, instead of using the Imseti, we can just shuffle back the Merly, make Garura, and just summon out the second Malicious. Oh, I get a summon from Zombie Vampire. Wait, what did I mill? Havness? This... Oh, we'll probably revive the opponent's monster, though. Right? Because I don't want to revive Havness, and I don't want to revive the Tier Cash because it can't trigger. I mean, I could just summon it in mill 3, though, instead of mill 2. Yeah, we can summon the Tier Cash, and then we would mill 1 more, which is a Talents. And then the question remains, do I fuse... Hold up, let me get this sorted a little bit better. So, this is the grave, this is what I milled. I'm resolving Havness still. Ah, but if I summon the Tier Cash, I would be resolving Havness on this graveyard. So it would have to be Mud Dragon. Okay, it's Mud Dragon. And then on summon the Tier Cash mills 3, which are these 3. In which case, I don't think I'm going to use the Merly. They are still... Oh no, you're right. They are still in the same chain. Because this mills and then summons. Okay. I think I would make Garura then. Yeah, I would make Garura. I don't see a reason to fuse with this Merly. This stays in the graveyard. Merly here. This. Garura. Right. Isn't early Toad better? I mean, early Toad is good. Early Toad is good. I'm just worried. I'm just annoyed by the fact that if I make Mud Dragon, maybe it's not a problem, but if I make Mud Dragon with these 2, I don't actually have a good fusion to make with Merly, do I? Like, do I just let the Merly sit in the graveyard and not fuse with her? Maybe that's what I do. I can fuse with her later. Like, I can summon Rhinoheart and send Sharon and make a Garura later. That's probably it. The level 6 hero. I don't want to put back my... Why would I put back my Malicious to make a Dangerous now, guys? What's the point of that? There's no way that's good. That's just like discard a card from your hand. Period. Because then I have to discard for the Dangerous to make... Beatrice. I'm getting Beatrice anyways. I have these 2 in the graveyard. I don't need... What are you talking about? Trippy Karma effect. Scream. Probably normal summon Rhinoheart. Or could also just use Mally and then mill 3 with the Scream. It's weird because if I normal summon Rhinoheart now to make Bahamut Shark, I shouldn't have done the Zombie Vampire. First thing. because obviously now we are just like freestyling it and ignoring hand traps kind of. But if I was trying to play this optimally, it was probably get a dark into the graveyard with King Sarcophagus, summon Rhino Heart, make Mud Dragon, make Bahamut Shark as like summon number 3 or something like that. And then go for the zombie vampire after. I don't know if that was possible, but anyways, here we are. Let's just say our opponent doesn't have a hand trap. Okay, let's just say for simplicity's sake right now, let's say the opponent just does not have a hand trap. Otherwise, it's gonna be a little messy. We're gonna go ahead, send Sharon. Dude, I really could be making like 3 level 6 rank 6 XCs with this hand. This, right? Oh, I forgot to mill 3. Anyways, let's mill 3 now. Salik and Meta Noise. Wonderful. Meta Noise has no target. Salik grabs... Oh no, Sharon. Make Bahamut. Summon Toad. Probably make an IP just to clear up some zones. Here. Malicious. Summons another malicious. Beatrice. Ooh, what do I do? This is awkward. I don't think I want to make Beatrice with these two. Because I like normally with 2 malicious, this was not weird at all, because you would just obviously detach the Garura. But now if I detach the Garura, my malicious is held hostage. So you would, I guess in this situation, you wouldn't use the malicious yet. You would rather pop your... You can pop your Scream with Shayama. Oh no, it's a card... What is it? It's a Fiend or a Face Down. You can't use that. I don't know if I like Shayama that much. Let's restart this. I like this about this deck though. I think it's very fun to figure out these things. Shiyama is... you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I thought that I could pop face up here spell traps with Shiyama. I did think that. So maybe we don't need to play Shiyama. But then you don't get to make Beatrice unless you can summon Garura somehow. Which is not always the case, right? There's a play where you go Trivi Karma, add a spell trap to set. I mean, yeah, you could do that. Or you make Dangerous, yeah. Yeah. That's tier cash. Trivi Karma, Talents, Scream, Kieran. Okay, this one is literally just like, we have to Gamba here, right? Which is perfect. Okay. Question number 1. Do I just go Sharon, discard tier cash to mill 5? Or do I go Scream and then Sharon, discard tier cash to mill 8? The problem with that play is if I do that, I cannot hit a Rhino Heart. I don't think the answer is mill 8. I think you hold this one in hand in case you mill a Rhino Heart, because we play 3 Rhino Hearts in this version. This is a Tearlament cash tier. I only have 2 right now. I thought I had 3, but all in. Mathematically, there probably is an answer that's correct. I just don't think we're going to be able to figure it out right now. My gut feeling tells me it's probably better to just mill 5. We can just do it and see how it works out. Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2. Dude, we would have had nothing. What was the next 3? We would have had nothing. You guys, all of you who said mill 8, you would have not felt great. You would have had nothing. Instead, we are gonna have a great time because we discard the Scream for the Rhino Heart. And then we're gonna activate Chainlink 1 Rhino, Chainlink 2 Scream. And that's gonna go ahead and grab a Salik and send probably Havness. And then Havness activates. Havness activates. It's still not that great because if I go, I mean, it's probably just make Mutt Dragon, right? And then make Zombie Vampire, not Zombie Vampire. It's probably just Bahamut Shark. Early Toad. What do you mean early? This is the end. This is the end of the combo for turn 1. Right? Can't really continue here, but we have like it's fine because you have Salik to send Sharon, which you can fuse with. And we do have the materials to make Kaleido Hard. Right? So this Salik is really good. But also when we tribute the Toad, it gives us back tier cash, so we can work with that as well. A little bit, right? And we have a shuffler. So it's not all that bad. You can sprint here, but I don't know if that's worth it. Like, you can Toad and Bahamut Shark into sprint, into Merly, into Toad, add back tier cash, into Merly, fuse into something. I don't think that's worth it. I do not think that's worth it. When you draw Trivi Karma, Shayama is insane, by the way. Okay, yeah, that one was a little bit easier. It's kind of bad. I wouldn't say, I would not think that was, I don't think that was a bad opener. I think that was just fine. Do we need King of the Swamp for Rule Close? I don't think so. Ooh, okay. Goods probably goes for Trivi Karma. That's one thing I don't like about Goods. The card is very good, but I'm always like, when you activate it, you always take good mills out of your deck, like Trivi Karma. But yeah. And then Trivi Karma fetches what? Pearl Rhino probably. And that just gives me a Sharon. What I would probably do here. And then use special Fenrir. And grab another tier cash. You take out one good and one bad mill? That's true, because the Pearl Rhino is also a bad mill, yeah. Do we go Sharon first or Nessie first? It's kind of annoying because actually maybe the play is to set the Pearl Rhino. because I really don't want to discard the Sharon here. Maybe it was set the Pearl or Rhino and then just use Nessie on this hand, because in this hand, Nessie, everything Nessie discards is fine. Right? Yeah, I think that's better actually. So we go 1 to 4. That's a 1, right? Yeah, that's a 1. So we mill a tier cache. We special Nessie. We draw a Salik. Tier cache mills 2. Mothman and Mali. Ooh, Mali is nice. Okay. I guess this is where we flip the Pearl Rhino, and now because we have some stuff in the grave, we could consider going Rhino Heart. Rhino Heart would make a Bahamut Shark here. Right? But then Rhino Heart into Bahamut Shark here plays really hard into Nibiru. Because it's going to be Rhino Heart 3, Mud Dragon 4, Bahamut Shark 5. And then we just get Nibiru'd and we have nothing really. You have gas after Nib? I mean, what do you mean by I have gas after Nib? I have a tier cache and a Mali. Which if that tier cache doesn't mill insane, I pretty much have nothing. Anyways, yeah, let's get it twisted. Okay, we go Havness. I mean, let's assume, let's actually do that. Let's say we get Nibiru'd. Let's see what happens. Right? We summon this. This is summon number 5. We get nibbed. Very annoying. We go all in. We use the Mali before we mill because we don't want to mill another Mali. Which we would have, by the way. Genius. Summon another Mali. And now it's all in on this tier cache. Yeah. All in on this tier cache. I do have a token, yeah. There's a token. There is a token from the Nibiru. Right here. And then we go tier cache and mill 3 by banishing the Fenrir. Ah, the dream is not dead. Salik effect. We're alive. Current. We did normal summon. We did normal summon. Share an effect. Discard Mudora. That's tier cache. We already used that in the graveyard. Ah, the dream is dead. Oh, come on, man. We have nothing. Hold up. We can... Oh, no, wait. Wait. Hold. We could theoretically... Hold up, Farfa. Let me gamba real quick. We have 2 ways we can... It's not dead. The dream is not dead. We can make a sprint. Oh, yeah. The dream lives. Hold up. These 2... Make Dark the Dark Charmer. We use Mali again. This is where the 3rd Mali comes in clutch. 3rd Mali. These 2 make Sprint. Sprint sends Merly. Merly effect. Together with... We have an Aqua, right? Yeah, we have a Nessie. Garura. Beatrice. Detach Garura. Send what? We can still fuse with Merly. No, we fuse with Merly. We have fused with Havness. So the only fusion we have left is Sharon, so that doesn't do us any good. Because that's on the field right now. We could have popped the Sharon with the Pearl Rhino if we wanted to, by the way. Earlier. When we made the Garura, we could have popped the Sharon. Was that good? Did we have the material to make Kaleido Heart? No. We couldn't have made Kaleido Heart, so I don't think that was worth it. We could have made a Dragostapelia. Wawa is calling. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Wawa is calling. Yeah, yeah. It is time for the podcast. Yes.
Hello? Jaja? Yep.
I can't hear you yet. Give me a second. I have the wrong
In the
thing
stream here,
selected
chat,
in
can you hear me?
Discord.
Time for the Yapathon. Beep boop, beep boop.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Oh, great. What's
You've
up?
interrupted my gambling addiction.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've saved you from yourself. There's no way this deck is good, man.
I mean, I don't think it's gonna be that good, but I think it's fun.
It's so fun. Oh my god. Do I sound like I'm shouting? My acoustics are really bad right now because
You are
there's nothing
definitely
in my
louder
room.
than in past weeks because I need to tone down. I had the Discord audio set to where you sounded fine, and now it's peaking in the red. But
Yeah, it's probably also because my room is like there's no curtain, there's no like rugs, so the acoustics are very loud.
oh yeah, you've been moving. Are you finished?
Yeah, we've moved in. Yeah, there's obviously still like
Okay.
lots of small things, but
Okay.
it's basically done. Yeah,
That's nice.
dude, I've been
Th-
downloading stuff for like fun. Like it's actually insane.
What do you mean?
Like, cause I have like good internet now. Like I've just been sitting there like going on
Oh,
Steam
that's...
library. Just
I thought you meant like you downloaded like, I don't know, games or something for fun, but you've been just like downloading for the sake of downloading.
oh hell yeah. I've just been updating shit, dude. Like for no reason. Having
So
a
your
1 gig
internet is
internet
good now,
is
yeah?
insane. Yep, it's great. Can't complain. Although, what the hell? I'm running a speed test right now, and I'm only getting 100 down. What the hell?
There we are complaining.
Okay, you've cursed me somehow. Alright, anyway. Yo, show them the picture, please. Like, show them my my setup. It is so clean. Oh, I spent like 2 days on this thing, man.
Okay, where's the picture?
On Twitter.
Hold up. Up. Have you like just posted it?
Maybe if you just click media, it might help. 100 down is bad. I mean, for normal people, no, that's absolutely fine. But content creator gotta have the best internet, you know? I'm paying for 1,000 down, okay?
There's no way it's gonna stay like this though.
Dude, look how clean that is. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. Like, look at that cable management, man.
Oh, that
It
is nice.
so
I've been wanting to do that. And I haven't.
Oh man, it's a day or two of work and you need a little bit of DIY and some drilling knowledge and stuff like that, but it is so worth it. Like holy, it is.
Yeah,
like,
mine looks. You don't want to know what mine looks like under, but beyond the desk, it is a wasteland.
Yep. All right, let's begin. I got some stuff to do soon.
Okay. Hold up.
Yeah, I need to get a mouse pad. Apparently, you can get wireless charging mouse pads, which is kind of crazy. You just like put your phone down next to you and like it just charges. Like, that's kind of neat. I might invest in that. That sounds nice.
Yeah, technology's crazy.
It really is, man. Like you just like Google like some like convenient thing, and there's like a solution. Like technologically, it's crazy. I've been noticing that a lot with like moving into our own house. Like there's just like a bunch of just random things that you can just make. That you can just download or buy that just make your life like just a little easier. It's great.
All right, I've sent you the link.
I'm very overexposed because we still don't have curtains in this office, which is very funny. Holy, there's you can't see anything. It's just white.
Just tell them it's a green screen.
It's a white screen we've got here. There's No need to shout. How bad is it? The hell? There, you white. Alright, watch this. Look how the desk is going lower. That's crazy. Woo!
You've just gone out of frame like crazy. Okay.
Oh, I should do this for the whole podcast just to annoy you.
I'm just gonna leave you like that. I don't care.
Okay, wait, hang on. Let me just actually yeah, okay, no, this is fine. We'll sit for this.
Yeah, I fixed it.
Alright, we're using a white one now.
You see,
Alright.
we even have visual technology.
Crazy, isn't it?
Look at the time and effort I've put in.
Not as much as you usually do, am I right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. House tour when? Currently, you'll just be seeing a prison cell, basically. All right, hang on. I need to I think bring up the ban list is probably the most important thing to have in front of us right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we ready to go? Ready to start?
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. YouTube, hello and welcome back once again. It's been a while. We've been very busy, I think, the last couple of weeks.